Honorable leaders, please, I'll give you enough time, but don't lead us into disorder. Please, you are leaders. Don't lead us into disorder. You may continue.
May Mr. Speaker live long. Mr. Speaker may live very long. Mr. Speaker, I submit that government has breached Article 178 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, they came under Article 177. When they came under 177, and this House, through its Finance Committee, granted their prayer, and they at that moment knew that there was a court order, the right thing for them to have done was to have come to this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, for government to use another source, go into other accounts of the state to withdraw money, Mr. Speaker, it is most unconstitutional, and they should know this. Mr. Speaker, it does not allow for transparency.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The challenge we have is that this is a statement, and in statements, you don't say things that will lead to debate. You are making allegations where, in the first instance, you read a communication, a letter, who supported some of the allegations you made. But where you are getting into now, I'm not sure you have evidence here as facts to support some of the observations you are making in your statement. So it will be leading us into a debate, which is what I want to caution you against. So please continue.
Mr. Speaker, we have been told that some funds have been released to NADMO. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw NADMO at Nima and Accra Newtown sharing baked beans and Indomie. Baked beans. Baked beans. Mr. Speaker, at Nima, sharing baked beans and Indomie. When, Mr. Speaker, people have lost properties, Mr. Speaker, they need rice, they need maize, they need oil, cooking oil. Mr. Speaker, they need government to intervene to restore their businesses. Mr. Speaker, then, Mr. Speaker, we don't even know how they procured these baked beans. Mr. Speaker, people need blankets, people need mattresses. Mr. Speaker, they have refused.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a majority that want to contribute. When it gets
just a minute. Just a minute.
Mr. Speaker, why are they doing this?
Just a minute. Just a minute. Or just, I want you to limit your contribution to the statement.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, Felix visiting families. We saw him in the air. We saw him in the helicopter. Mr. Speaker, those who lost their lives, we have not seen any government official reaching out to them, their families. Those who lost properties, we have not seen any action from government. What we know is that the president was comfortably in the helicopter in the name of surveying, finding out. But Mr. Speaker, the people who suffered are in their homes. The people who suffered, Mr. Speaker, they are down there. They are not in the air. Mr. Speaker, this call for us to observe a holiday. Mr. Speaker, I am unable to properly ascertain the motive of government, Mr. Speaker, because there's a disaster. People have suffered. It's government taking data of those who suffered. My own Winneba, Efutu, 6 communities were submerged. Jane Janazi, Atachado, Jazi, Mr. Speaker, interacting with the chiefs and the people, Mr. Speaker, they are in pain. I've spent days with my people. Mr. Speaker, the roads have been cut off. They can't go to their farms, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. We are talking about Accra. Winneba, 6 communities. Jane Jansi people cannot cross to Winneba. Jazi they cannot. Atachado they cannot. In Swetchi they cannot. Osbompeyin they cannot. Atetu they cannot. Silver Chrome they cannot. That is the situation. Mr. Speaker, I think, hold the view that, Mr. Speaker, beyond the optics, government must demonstrate serious action. What is the sanitation policy of government?
From the
keen to revolutionize our mindset on
Parliament. So please, you can continue.
Thank you, Father. That appropriate
support our families, to support our communities, to ensure that the national cleaning exercise takes a better turn. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to underpin the call and the statement ably made by yourself, and the fact that we need to, as a matter of urgency, put our heads, our energies, our resources together and our knowledge to deal with this catastrophe once and for all. Mr. Speaker, as has been enumerated by my honorable member from the other side who just spoke, it has been occurring as a country, not just today. I think about even 30 years ago. The only difference is that in terms of magnitude, in terms of devastation, in terms of fatality, in terms of life loss, we've never experienced this thing before. Mr. Speaker, I think I would like to use this opportunity and what has happened to advise all relevant stakeholders, especially some of us that we have been given the mandate by the good people of this country to solve problems and develop social policies and frameworks that will deal with some of these unacceptable incidents or events. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, there are causes. And most of us here know what are the fundamental causes. Number one, to me, is our behavioral patterns as a people, the way we behave. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be very careful with human-induced land use malpractices in this part of the world, in terms of where we site and locate buildings and how we put them up. Even elsewhere, countries such as Dubai and other countries, they are able to even build on the sea and nothing happens. How come that in our country, just a small stream, because the way we build without engaging appropriate and relevant stakeholders or engineers, we just fill all these places. Oh, go, please. We put up these socially unacceptable behaviors and we ensnare ourselves and we begin to blame each other. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I've noticed, which has played very well also here, is the way when it happens, depending on where one's interest is, we blame each other. And the most painful thing is, the very time we are blaming each other, we don't seem to conduct the needed research and find solutions. So it keeps on happening. I think we need to deal with fundamentals of some of these problems or difficulties or devastations, rather than always just blaming. But Mr. Speaker, this brings me back to what our President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the illustration, the pictorial evidence of the way he castigated the previous government. I was thinking doing so, he had every opportunity at that time to develop the needed social framework in handling and mitigating the devastating impact of what is happening today. We were insulted, we were attacked, we were bastardized as if our government at that time had no even iota of ability in handling social issues. And today what is happening? In terms of impact, in terms of destruction, in terms of devastation, it has been enlarged by a scale factor infinity. And I think it is an admonishment, advice to all of us, we in opposition and those in government, that we need to put an end to this incident or issues where people just blame without finding solution to it, and they come to power and it confronts them. Even now, Mr. Speaker, my last point is we are still politicizing this, especially from our brothers from the other side. They are even going to the extent of blaming us that we surprisingly, put it off. I'm not coming to start.
Honorable members, please, honorable members. Who is trying to control the time? No interference, please. No member of parliament has the mandate to control the issue of time. Is that of the speakers, not members of parliament? So please, you can continue.
Thank you, Father. That's why I'm the biological son. All of them are. They are all, oh, let me speak at least for once. Allow me. Mr. Speaker, the point that I was making with respect to me, the unnecessary attack on the previous government about this fund diversion was that we have a country with laws. We have exclusion clauses, even how we need to manage our finances. And Mr. Speaker, PFM Act 921, Section 18, state three main incidents that we can even tamper with our fiscal policies upon consultation. That's Section 18. One is war. 2 is natural disaster. 3 is when there's a health situation, either pandemic or endemic, like we experience. So this issue they are raising and deceiving the public as if our government diverts funds into doing things that were not productive must be stopped. So all of us can support this very good call, work together, think together, and deal with the very situation that is destroying and killing our own brothers and children and women at home and destroying properties. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would like my colleagues, both from my side and the other side, to begin to revolutionize our mindset on most of these national issues and stop doing politics with them. I don't think that was the reason that people gave us their mandate. Apart from that, I would like to say that we need to work together. We need to think together. This is about Ghana. This is not about Accra. It's not about Kumasi. It's not about Tamale. This is not about Amma or Eku or Nale or Alaji to know. It's about Ghanaians. It's about properties. It could have been your relative or my relative. But the question is, are we not going to experience this thing tomorrow, next week, next year, next decade? Another question is that, does it always have to happen under NDC in terms of the velocity, the momentum, the magnitude, the distraction? There's something we need to go beyond physical. Mr. Speaker, I would like to end this and say that we are ready to support this cause. We are going to work together with you and other stakeholders, and we will also educate the people, the masses, to understand the fact that some of the more practices that they put up there comes round to have that effect on all of us. So I think we need to behave well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last from the majority side. Majority Leader, now I have your two. We are looking at the constituencies that were more affected. Which one? Yes, Majority Chief Whip. Yes. The minister at the office of the president stood up, and then also my daughter here.
Mr. Speaker, we had agreed that we'll take 2-2 and then leadership. But given the sentiments that your statement, I should say, has generated, members are interested. I pray that we do additional 1-1 before the leaders, in addition to the 2-2. So it becomes 3-3 before the leaders conclude, Mr. Speaker. That's my humble prayer, so that we can accommodate.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, as much as I'm not opposed to it, but this application is made based on the fact that he can't give priority to the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker, when you were to call their first speaker, you said who is senior? The Minister for Government Communication is a first-time MP. So the Gender Minister is senior. But because he cannot give that priority to the Gender Minister, he is varying to include the Minister for Government. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any problem with that variation. So we can add an additional person. But it is a statement of fact that the Minister for Government Communication is a first-time MP. He's a first-timer.
Mr. Speaker, my prayer is based purely on the number of members who are interested in making comments. It's purely based on that. It's not because I am unable to yield to the Minister for Gender. So, Mr. Speaker, the mischief that the First Deputy Minority Whip seeks to generate should be glossed over. Mr. Speaker, I pray that we do 3-3 and then the leaders can conclude. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just gave this opportunity because I didn't know the strategy of the majority side. And due to the limitation on numbers, I didn't know whether they had discussed that the minister at the office of the president will make a contribution or this. And so that is why I gave them the opportunity. So, Minister, you may do so now. Then after that, I'll take the Minister for Gender. Yes, so Minister, Gender, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the many voices in commending His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, for giving this instruction. We cannot continue to behave like ostriches and think that what has happened will go away by itself. It takes a responsive leadership to attend to the issues or the aftermath of the flood. Mr. Speaker, I want to also express my deepest condolences to the bereaved families and also those who have been affected one way or the other, especially the single-headed household by women. I just want them to know that in this trying time, the nation stands with them, and they are not alone. A step after the other, we will together overcome this challenge. Mr. Speaker, in listing the committees, I heard all the committees that have been listed, and I want to make an appeal to you to add the Committee on Gender, to give official recognition to what women do the best. That is when it comes to the issues of sanitation. You know, no one does it better than women. And as women are one of the most affected, I would urge the House to add them to it. And then I will also appeal to colleagues that what we saw is not just one of those stories that we read about and it goes away. These are lived experiences of people that will take several years and decades to go away. In our deliberation and our support to this cleaning exercise, let us work with our local authorities to ensure that we have lasting solutions to the problem that faces us. And I would urge us all that as we go into our constituencies, we touch base with those who have been affected, and then work with the health officials to look out for possible outbreak of diseases that can affect or worsen the situation we find ourselves in. On this note, I just want to say, let us all stand together as a nation. This is not the time for us to blame each other whilst others are in deep sorrow. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we all understand that the recent floods has been a major disaster in this country. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, we need to console bereaved families and all those who have lost property or whatever in these floods. Mr. Speaker, what baffles my mind is that how come that in 2015, over 130 persons died in the floods, and currently over 40 persons have also died in the floods. Mr. Speaker, we all know that leadership is cause, all others are effects. The flooding in Ghana has been mitigated over the period of time. So how come that we are still having a reverse of what had been put in place? Mr. Speaker, one of the major difficulties we have in this country causing the floods has to do with infrastructure and the maintenance of those infrastructure. Consistently over the period of time, we've realized that government after government have raised a lot of money to invest in these areas. Unfortunately, it seems that this year and last year, the implementation of some of these projects have stalled because of decisions of leadership all over the country. Last year, in my own constituency, there were some floods because they couldn't just clean the drains. Because all the projects they were trying to implement, they were told that they needed a commitment authorization. That is leadership. And if that leadership fails in that direction, Mr. Speaker, the floods would happen. I believe that it is time that the president and his current leadership take bold decisions to implement what needs to be done so that this doesn't reoccur again. Mr. Speaker, one of my biggest challenges is that if you take a place like Circle, there are no buildings in the waterways because otherwise they would have been broken down long ago. So how come they are still flooding? The simple fact is that just a contract of somebody working has been terminated. Mr. Speaker, my mother always told me this. He said that when you are cooking, you clean as you cook, so that by the time you finish cooking, the place is clean. In a situation where we are removing somebody from working on a contract without a replacement, clearly that is not leadership. And I believe that we need to sit up and work on some of these things. Mr. Speaker, the other issue has to do with centralization. In this country, everybody is waiting for Accra. But Accra can't save itself. So why should we always continue to always be looking up to Accra? Mr. Speaker, when the drip machines came, it came with backhoes. It came with excavators. How come the districts are not using them to clean their gutters and their drainages before the rain sets in? People are just waiting for Accra. Everybody's waiting for Accra. And that is why it is very important that we make sure the mindset of our people also change. Mr. Speaker, this dependency on Accra is becoming too much of a problem. Too much of a problem. Because every time the assemblies are able to take a decision to clean up the silt, dredge, before the rain sets in, the impact is minimal. The floods are minimal. Our own people also need to change their mindset, how they treat waste. Mr. Speaker, as even me, when I drink water, ice cream, whatever, anywhere, I put it in my jacket and get it home before I dispose of it. A lot of our people think that somebody is going to do some work for them, and therefore they leave these things to chance. And the accumulation of these things consistently continue to block our waterways and create flooding situations all over our country. So I believe that whilst we are advising the government to take these bold decisions, we should also advise our people to also do the needful so that these flooding situations do not continue to happen. Mr. Speaker, in our own situation, one of the areas I believe that we need to be looking at is what? Digitalizing the town council that has been scrapped some time ago back into our system. In the Western region, we introduced what we call the e-tankers. I believe that it is time we scale it up across the length and breadth of our country so that ordinary people can report persons who are indiscriminately disposing of waste. If we are able to scale it up at the national level, across the districts, I believe that people will be on the lookout for those who have been creating a lot of mayhem in our communities. Mr. Speaker, the cleaning that has been proposed by the President Friday and Saturday is not enough. We should clean every day. We should clean every day. We don't need any special holidays to clean. We should clean as we go. This business of doing monthly sanitation day is a waste of public money. It's just a complete waste of public money. Because those monies can be used every day to clean every day. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, these are one of the areas I believe that we have to look at. Because all the districts, as we speak today, have enough sanitation equipment to work with. They have men and women who can be recruited to work with. And even now, a lot of the budget has been sent to the districts. But when you send the budget to the districts, and the same government tells them that wait for me before you can spend the money, naturally when the rain sets in, you should know the crisis would happen. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, a lot of the assemblies couldn't spend their sanitation money because they were waiting for commitment authorization. And that is where we've had a lot of problems. Mr. Speaker, one other area is that in a lot of the regions, especially the Greater Accra, we are told that the rains come from the mountains into the Accra region. So we need some engineering as well. We need to raise the money to do it. Without raising the money, Mr. Speaker, we will not be able to do some of these things. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should clean every day, we should build the infrastructure, and also change our mindsets so that this country do not suffer these consequences again. But like I said earlier, leadership is cause, all others are effect. And like I said some time ago, the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is intentionality. It is not about emotions. And therefore, if we are prepared to change the course of this problem, we have to be intentional about it. And we have to find the solutions now and create a new reality for the Ghanaian people. With this view, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of putting out a statement on the authority of His Excellency the President to call on the people of Ghana to set aside this weekend, that is Friday and Saturday, to clean our communities. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, the President was not shifting responsibility from his government onto the people of Ghana. He was merely galvanizing the support of the people of Ghana to address what has become a perennial problem. Mr. Speaker, government can only do so much, but if we do not get the full support of the people of Ghana, there's only so much that can be achieved. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, government, in the wake of these recent floods, has taken a number of steps to, first of all, bring relief to those who suffered during the floods, and also ensure that we mitigate the impact of future rainfall. So, only last week, the minister responsible for finance was in Parliament to seek leave to go into the contingency fund and take out 350 million Ghana cedis for that purpose. And since then, significant work has gone on to achieve the objectives for which the money was sought. Mr. Speaker, several communities in the Greater Accra, Central and Volta regions have benefited from this relief efforts. Also, the President has appointed a distinguished military officer to lead an all-out assault on the causative factors of the floods. And Mr. Speaker, it has come to light that over the years, sheer indiscipline and complete disregard for existing laws have led to a situation where waterways have simply been taken over by residential and commercial facilities. Mr. Speaker, God in his infinite wisdom made provision for natural water storage so that in the event of a heavy downpour, we do not suffer a deluge. Mr. Speaker, human beings have decided to reverse this order and have left land which is in abundance, and decided that they are going to fill those natural reservoirs with all sorts of materials so that they can build on same. Mr. Speaker, last week, the coordinator of Garrett spoke at a press briefing where he showed videos of how natural mangroves and natural water sinks have been taken over. Some people are pouring refuse into the mangroves and Ramsar sites and topping it up with sand in order that they can build on same. Mr. Speaker, people have decided that Ramsar sites that are reserved for natural storage of water should become their place of abode, and so they are building on it with reckless abandon. Mr. Speaker, church buildings have been sited on waterways, and yet people go to church to seek to worship. all of these have happened over a period of time, not in the last 1.5 years. Mr. Speaker, to fix it, we must identify the problem. It would appear that our colleagues on the other side get rankled anytime this matter is raised. Mr. Speaker, any Ghanaian who criticized them in their 8-year tenure was entitled to do so. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, they had access to resources, not least amongst them $350 million under Garrett, to address the problem. For some reason, significant amounts out of that money was diverted into purposes that had nothing to do with flood prevention. So if Ghanaians demand accountability and raise these subjects, they should show humility and accept responsibility rather than seeking to create the impression that it never happened. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama takes full responsibility and therefore will do what is right. But even as he has attempted to address this problem, some very bizarre narratives have emerged. Mr. Speaker, for instance, it has been suggested that because the president was on a helicopter to assess the extent of the situation, he had done something wrong. Mr. Speaker, the president did not go for a jolly ride. Mr. Speaker, the president was not in the helicopter for leisure. As president, he needed to take firm action. And the way to do it is to see the extent of the problem. Mr. Speaker, there are those who, for political reasons, suddenly believe that by merely going to 1 or 2 houses to shake hands, they had done what was right. But the responsibilities of a president are far weightier than that of an opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, I see some very bizarre logic also being espoused. We are told that the NDC was in power in 2015 when 130 people lost their lives. And that only last week there was a heavy downpour that led to the loss of lives of about 30 people. And so something is amiss. Mr. Speaker, you see, there's no room, Mr. Speaker, there's no room for that kind of misguided politicking in this discussion. People have said it here. The Honorable Member for Efia said it. Honorable Kobi Dako said it. Mr. Speaker, the amount of rainfall that we recorded last week or so was 140 millimeters in 1 day, 13 hours. In the whole of 2024, only 56 millimeters of rainfall was recorded. So it is only logical that we were going to suffer a deluge. So those narratives must be expunged. There must be no room for such illogical conclusions. There must be no room for such misguided politicking. When people have died, when indeed the entire West African coast has been submerged, including Cote d'Ivoire, where 59 people died, that is not a time for the sort of illogical, misguided politicking that some members of the opposition are engaged in. The fact that in 2015 people died has nothing to do with what has happened last week. Mr. Speaker, but President Mahama has said that firm action is going to be taken. Mr. Speaker, I recall that in 2007, when Mr. Ajay Blankson was then the AMA chief executive, he began an effort to rid our streets of hawkers. That was in 2007, a year to elections. To my utter dismay, a leading figure of the New Patriotic Party at the time went on live radio and said that that action was going to endanger the party's chances in elections. What I'm referring to is our tendency to allow political calculations to freeze us into inaction. Mr. Speaker, I can bet you that the moment this government starts taking action to clear the waterways of the structures that are blocking those waterways, you will see sections of Ghanaian society labeling government as insensitive. They will demand that a so-called human face be put to the exercise. And if we do not stand firm, we will allow political blackmail and intimidation to stop us from doing what is right. But President Mahama says, enough of that. He will do what is necessary to protect the people of Ghana, so that when the rains come, we do not suffer what you all suffered. Mr. Speaker, so in the spirit of the statement that you referred to, I enjoin all Ghanaians, especially those of us who have had the privilege of benefiting from the votes of the very people whose lives we need to protect, to support the efforts. Let us for once refrain from using political blackmail and intimidation to stop government from doing what is right. Mr. Speaker, that is not the same as criticizing the government for its failures. When you come to power for 8 years and you fail at a task, the people of Ghana have the right, indeed they more than have the right, to lay blame at your doorstep. What you do is to accept that and do better. But don't seek to deflect it with illogical and bizarre arguments about helicopters. That is not the way to go. So nobody can escape responsibility for what has happened. Those who were in power for 8 years and failed to address it, diverted monies for purposes other than flood prevention, cannot escape blame. They will permanently come under criticism for that failure. Mr. Speaker, if after 8 years we fail, we will deserve to be criticized. Failures of the past can always be cited, but it does not mean that we cannot do better going forward. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much for the rallying call that you have made, and I expect all Ghanaians to rally behind government to ensure that we clean our communities. Mr. Speaker, it is not an excuse, or it does not mean that those 2 days are the only days that we should clean our communities. Mr. Speaker, it must become a daily activity. It is not all the time that we need to wait for government to take the initiative. Let us do our part by keeping our communities clean. Let us do our part by refraining from pouring or dumping refuse into drains. Let us do our part by complying with building regulations. Let us do our part by doing the right thing, so that together we will all work to prevent the tragedy that occurred last week Monday. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of leaders. So, Minority Leader, please. I'm told you have agreed on 50 minutes each.
No, he spoke 30 minutes.
Honourable members, please listen to each other. My statement is, I'm told the leaders have agreed on 15 minutes each. And you are attacking the statement. That is a different issue. The leaders agreed that they will use 15 minutes each. 15 minutes each. As to the minutes they use, I granted that. These are totally different things. So you should raise it with the leaders, whether truly they have agreed to use 15 minutes each.
Speaker, originally the members were to take 5 minutes, but you...
There was no such original decision. There was no decision like that.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker.
I consulted you, the leaders, and you said for leaders, you are going to use 15 minutes each.
Mr. Speaker,
if your assumption was that the members will use 5 minutes each, that was not communicated to me.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, we pray for variation to allow us to have extended time to...
How many minutes each?
Mr. Speaker, 25 minutes. I would need 25 minutes. Mr. Speaker, because the backbencher spoke for 30 minutes. I will need 25 minutes.
I want to listen to the majority leader too. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, when members were commenting on the statement, I observed that they were timed out after 5 minutes. So when the clerk approached me, we had an engagement, and I said, if members are contributing for 5 minutes, leadership could do with 15 minutes. So indeed, I confirmed to the clerk that 15 minutes should be adequate. I think 15 minutes to comment on a government announcement that we should clean our neighborhoods on Friday and Saturday should be adequate. It should be sufficient. It should be sufficient. I don't know what anybody will be saying. I don't know what anybody will be saying that Mr. Speaker has not said already in the statement that he read to this House. So 15 minutes should be okay for leadership. Mr. Speaker, we have a long schedule of businesses that we must conduct. I mean, if you look at the order paper for the day, we have so many. We have several bills pending. We have not even taken the business statement for the week. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to do today. And it is already 5 p.m. It is already 5 p.m. And we have a lot to cover. So let's just use 15 minutes each, and then we can get back to the business of the day.
Yeah, this is for leaders. So, minority leader.
Speaker, in view of the fact that our colleague who just spoke had over 27 minutes, I would plead. No, we watched it. Don't argue. Relax. I'm addressing Speaker, not you, please. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with you that kindly adjust for the 25 minutes. He may not need all the time. That's fine, because the government spokesperson has spoken. But I am the voice of the people. Mr. Speaker, I am the voice of the people. He has had the government spokesperson getting 27 minutes. So, as a leader of government business, he may choose to take just 5 minutes. But, Mr. Speaker, you are here to protect the minority. So, you grant me my 25 minutes. And then if he wants 5 minutes, because that added to the 27 minutes of the government spokesperson, that would be 32 minutes, and who would have just had 25 minutes. Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you.
Please, minority leader, you may go on, but don't go beyond 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Let's listen to what he's going to say. Please.
Mr. Speaker, let me on behalf of the minority extend condolences to the bereaved families. Indeed, all of us saw the pictures, the videos, the many lives that suffered that day, that perished that day, and the properties that came under severe flood. Mr. Speaker, I would also, on behalf of my colleagues, thank you for bringing this important statement to the fore. Mr. Speaker, the spokesperson for government on his feet indicated that the government has drawn funds from the contingency account, an amount of 350 million Ghana cedis. He also indicated that in the past administration, certain funds were diverted. these were his contentions. Mr. Speaker, I submit, by way of my own comment to this matter, that the statement by the government communication minister, as well as the statement from the Ministry of Finance, that indeed, pursuant to the approval by the Finance Committee of the House on the 30th of June for the withdrawal of an amount of $350 million in cedis, in accordance with Article 177, Mr. Speaker, is false. Mr. Speaker, it is false because the contingency fund has suffered a garnishee order from the court. Mr. Speaker, for government spokesperson to come before Parliament to tell all of us that the withdrawal was made from the contingency fund, Mr. Speaker, is most misleading. Mr. Speaker, I am aware, indeed, I am aware, and indeed, I have the letter of the Attorney General. I have copies of the letter dated the 1st of July.
Minority Leader, just a minute. Yes, Majority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, this is unfair by him, not you, Mr. Speaker, by him.
Yes, Majority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader is aware that as a House of Record, anything that he says must be backed by facts, hard facts. Oh, please, 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 please. So much so that to say that the Finance Minister's public statement that the 350 million was not indeed drawn from the contingency fund and that the contingency fund had been injuncted has been garnished. In that case, it's been injuncted. It cannot be assessed. Has to be backed by the evidence of the court case, the court order. It cannot be something that he will say whimsically and walk away, because it carries very heavy weight. So, Mr. Speaker, we want him to tender the court order as well as the case, inspect the judgment of the court.
Yes, Minority Leader,
Mr.
you may go on. Please, go on.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it is my contention that the statement by the government communication minister to this House is false. The statement by the Ministry of Finance that funds were withdrawn from the contingency fund is also false, Mr. Speaker, and I submit that the contingency fund of the state has been subjected to a court order, a garnishee order. I have a letter of the Attorney General dated 1st July 2026, reference OAG MO9/CSCR/50/7/26. Mr. Speaker, this letter is addressed to the Governor of the Central Bank, and the title, it says, "Dear Governor, release of funds from the contingency fund for the National Emergency Flood Response Program." Reads, reference is made to the conversation I had with you this afternoon regarding the above subject matter. You will recall that Parliament on Monday, 29th June 2026, Parliament acting through its committee responsible for finance, pursuant to Article 1771 of the Constitution, authorized withdrawal of 350 million Ghana cedis from the contingency fund to finance National Emergency Flood Response Program. I have also taken note of the subsequent directive issued by the Ministry of Finance to the Comptroller and Accountant General, as well as the Comptroller and Accountant General's bank transfer advice to the Bank of Ghana for the release of the approved funds in furtherance of the National Emergency flood response program. I am aware that the contingency fund is presently the subject of garnishee proceeding. Notwithstanding those proceedings, it is my considered opinion that the exceptional circumstance surrounding the national emergency and overriding public interest in safeguarding lives and property warrant immediate release of the approved funds to facilitate government emergency response. Accordingly, I advise that Bank of Ghana gives effect to the approval and directive already issued and proceed with the release of the 350 million from the contingency fund without delay in order to deal with the national emergency. Please accept, Governor, the assurances of my highest consideration. Mr. Speaker, Article 77, which was the constitutional provision upon which government came to the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, when they went for the withdrawal, the Attorney General himself advised the governor that account has been injuncted. They could not withdraw from the account.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, they therefore use another government account without Parliament approval.
Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
hold on.
to take funds.
Just hold on. Go on. Please. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think the point of order was based on he saying that the Minister for Communication had said something else. What I recall the Minister for Communication, Government Communication saying was that the Finance Minister came to this House for authorization to withdraw 350 million Ghana cedis. And that has been made available to solve the problem. I have listened intently to the communication you have read, and clearly you are admitting that in spite of the garnishee order, that the Finance Minister insisted on the money being released.
That was advised.
Is that okay? So you are now proceeding to argue the legality of the action of the Finance Minister, not whether or not 350 million Ghana cedis was made available for dealing with the flood victim issue. So I think that there is no misrepresentation here.
Majority Leader, we haven't reached there yet. He hasn't actually got to that stage. So let's listen to him, and maybe you can come back. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, even before, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my argument, Mr. Speaker, the front bench of the majority is acting very undemocratic. Mr. Speaker, as Democrats, they must have the tolerance. All the government communication minister said all he wanted to say. We kept quiet and listen. You are 189, but you can't catch small bullets. Then you come under the guise of point of order. What point of order? You cannot take small bullets from the minority. You should sit and listen. Mr. Speaker, my argument therefore is that for the government communications minister to come to the House of Parliament to tell Ghanaians that they have withdrawn from the contingency fund, Mr. Speaker, it's false. It is false. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will expose them the more. Because we have all the facts. We have a whole dossier here. So take it easy, Mr. Speaker. What I am saying is that the funds...
Please, let's get something clear.
Mr. Speaker, he said all he wanted to say.
Exactly. I will come to you. What he actually said was referring to the process that took place in Parliament. Requests being made for that money to be withdrawn from the contingency fund, and Parliament granted. But he did not go to the extent of saying that that money has been withdrawn from the contingency fund. So he did not say that. The minister did not say that. What you are saying is what you have discovered. You are entitled to say it. I'm not stopping you, but you can go on with that. But what I heard the minister say is what I'm relaying and drawing your attention to guide you. So you go on.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Ministry issued a public statement and told the whole nation that pursuant to the approval by the Finance Committee of Parliament, withdrawals have been made from the contingent fund. That one is a public statement written and issued by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, that I again contend it's false. It's false because, Mr. Speaker, at the material moment, at the material time that the Finance Ministry issued that statement, it knew that the government's contingency fund account had been garnished. And indeed, the Attorney General had attempted to invoke certain theories to compel the Bank of Ghana to release the funds. The Bank of Ghana did not release the funds because of the garnishing order. Mr. Speaker, indeed, they went ahead to withdraw funds from other accounts of the state. Mr. Speaker, Article 178 is very clear. It's clear. No monies shall be withdrawn from the consolidated fund except A, to meet expenditure that is charged on the fund by this constitution or by an act of parliament, or where the issue of those monies has been authorized by an appropriation act or by supplementary estimate approved by resolution of parliament passed for the purpose. By an act of parliament enacted under Article 179 of the Constitution, or by rules or regulation made under an act of parliament in respect of trust monies paid into the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, upon what authority did government go into other accounts to withdraw money? Mr. Speaker, they have breached the constitution using a national emergency to do that which was not authorized by parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is in this chamber.
You have your bite. Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
but I'm not.
Point of order is
Mr. Speaker,
really raised.
Mr. Speaker, before I'm not challenging your decision to allow a point of order. But Mr. Speaker, let me bring in this preliminary observation. What they are doing is an act of bad faith. No serious Democrats act the way they are acting. Their government communication minister, 27 minutes, said all manner of things. We kept quiet, we listened. It gets to my point. You have the opportunity to speak. Your leader is there. What is all these points of order? Points of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, please, I'm in charge of this matter.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
So you hold your peace.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
And let's listen to him. Yes.
You are not tolerant, you people. You are intolerant.
Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in pursuance of order 122. We'll see. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, it says that a debate may be interrupted by a point of information, elucidation, or clarification. Mr. Speaker, these rules apply mutatis mutandis to comments on statements. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader insists that the statement put out by the finance minister was false. He's actually insisting that it was false. Yet, Mr. Speaker, he has failed to produce a scintilla of evidence Mr. Speaker, one, he claims, please. I thought you said you are the Democrats. Okay. Mr. Speaker, one, he claims that the monies advanced were paid from a certain account. He has failed to produce evidence of that account other than the contingency fund account. Speaker, number two, he insists that when the Attorney General referenced the matter as a subject of garnishing proceeding, oh please, I am laying the foundation. I'm laying the foundation for moving the house that he is out of order. Speaker, number two, is placing his own interpretation on the phrase that when an account, I am your co-equal. After I am your co-equal. I am your co-equal. I am in leadership. I am your co-equal. You are my classmate. You are my classmate. I am your co-equal. Be a Democrat. Be a Democrat for once. And listen to the talk. You are out of order. You are speaking hot air. There's no evidence based on what you are saying. A subject of proceedings does not amount to a substantive court order. Hear that today.
Please. Honorable leaders, please, I'll give you enough time, but don't lead us into disorder. Please, you are leaders. Don't lead us into disorder. You may continue.
May Mr. Speaker live long. Mr. Speaker may live very long. Mr. Speaker, I submit that government has breached Article 178 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, they came under Article 177. When they came under 177, and this House, through its Finance Committee, granted their prayer, and they at that moment knew that there was a court order, the right thing for them to have done was to have come to this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, for government to use another source, go into other accounts of the state to withdraw money, Mr. Speaker, it is most unconstitutional, and they should know this. Mr. Speaker, it does not allow for transparency.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The challenge we have is that this is a statement. And in statements, you don't say things that will lead to debate. You are making allegations where, in the first instance, you read a communication, a letter, who supported some of the allegations you made. But where you are getting into now, I'm not sure you have evidence here as facts to support some of the observations you are making in your statement. So it will be leading us into a debate, which is what I want to caution you against. So please continue.
Mr. Speaker, we have been told that some funds have been released to NADMO. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw NADMO at Nima and Accra Newtown sharing baked beans and Indomie. Baked beans. Baked beans. Mr. Speaker, at Nima, sharing baked beans and Indomie. When, Mr. Speaker, people have lost properties, Mr. Speaker, they need rice, they need maize, they need oil, cooking oil. Mr. Speaker, they need government to intervene to restore their businesses. Mr. Speaker, then, Mr. Speaker, we don't even know how they procured these baked beans. Mr. Speaker, people need blankets. People need mattresses. Mr. Speaker, they have refused.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there's a majority that want to contribute. When it gets to
just a
Mr.
minute.
Speaker, why are they doing this?
Just a minute. Or just I want you to limit your contribution to the statement I
Mr.
made.
Speaker,
Please. The statement I made. Now, if you want time for us to go into the whole issue of the disaster and how it's being handled, you could come back even by motion, and then the House will have the opportunity to debate all this. But my statement is just on the call for all Ghanaians to stand up and see how we could respond to this calamity. And so I just use that to draw the attention of the House to the fact that we will not sit on Friday, so that you get the opportunity to lead your constituencies to respond to this call from the President. That is where we are. This situation you are raising now will need a complete debate by the House. So please, may you move away from that. But let me listen to a majority leader. What were you trying to say? I'll come back to you.
Mr. Speaker. The minority leader says that the people of Nima and Newtown are not deserving of baked beans and indomie, and that they should be given rice. No, Mr. Speaker, he said it. He said it.
No.
That they should be given maize and given rice, and that they are not deserving of baked beans and indomie. So the people of Nima should not be given indomie to eat, because they don't deserve indomie, they don't deserve baked beans. He just said it. And that's why I think he must withdraw. He must withdraw.
Majority Leader, you are drawing a conclusion or implying that's what he meant. But to say that he said, he didn't say that. He didn't say that the people of Nima or they do not deserve baked beans. But by implication, you are drawing that conclusion from his submissions. But I think that is not what he said. Please, may you conclude. Because of the interventions, it's
Mr.
now
Speaker.
25 minutes. So I'm still giving you more listen.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Since this flood occurred, we have not seen the president visiting families. We saw him in the air. We saw him in the helicopter. Mr. Speaker, those who lost their lives, we have not seen any government official reaching out to them, their families. Those who lost properties, we have not seen any action from government. What we know is that the president was comfortably in the helicopter in the name of surveying, finding out. But Mr. Speaker, the people who suffered are in their homes. The people who suffered, Mr. Speaker, they are down there. They are not in the air. Mr. Speaker, this call for us to observe a holiday, Mr. Speaker, I am unable to properly ascertain the motive of government, Mr. Speaker, because there's a disaster. People have suffered. Is government taking data of those who suffered? My own Winneba, Efutu, 6 communities were submerged. Jenjanazi, Atachado, Jahazi, Mr. Speaker, interacting with the chiefs and the people, Mr. Speaker, they are in pain. I've spent days with my people. Mr. Speaker, the roads have been cut off. They can't go to their farms, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. We are talking about Accra. Winneba, 6 communities. Janjansi people cannot cross with Winneba. Jahazi they cannot. Atachado they cannot. Inswechi they cannot. Osbompeyin they cannot. Atetu they cannot. Silver Chrome they cannot. That is the situation. Mr. Speaker, I think, hold the view that, Mr. Speaker, beyond the optics, government must demonstrate serious action. What is the sanitation policy of government? What is the sanitation policy of government? Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to engage in any blame game. They are in charge. They are responsible. They are in government. 1.5 years. Agrobeswa Efianopa. Mr. Speaker, it is their duty to tell the country a clear policy in dealing with this matter. You cannot say that it is leadership problem when you are in opposition, then when you come into office you say it's engineering problem. Mr. Speaker, there must be consistency. There must be some principles. There must be one-line argument. They must stand for something. And I don't think they stand for anything. Mr. Speaker, they don't stand for anything. People have died. And the next day, I'm not against declaring a Thanksgiving Day. But how can people be mourning? And then the next day you are in white, with white handkerchief. What do you know that we don't know? What do you know that we don't know? People die, they are suffering, they've lost their properties. The next day you are wearing white, with white handkerchief. Okay, Thanksgiving. What are you thanking God for? We don't know what you know. Tell us. Mr. Speaker, I support your call as a father of this house that we should observe that day, engage our constituents in this cleanup exercise, keep our environment clean. I support it. But the government must do its side. The local government ministry. Mr. Speaker, if you come into office and you identify irregularities in any contractual obligation, yours is to review. In the process, you don't bring governance to a standstill. For over a year, we've not seen any proper cleaning. Our drains are choked. It's because of government decision. Mr. Speaker, it's because of government decision. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would want to call on the majority leader, even as he's about to make his own statement, he should do all he can to comply with the rules of this house, because he who comes to equity must do equity. And Mr. Speaker, the statement by the government communication minister, whose statement sought to attack the previous regime, Mr. Speaker, he talked about the Garrick. Mr. Speaker, I need to respond to him. Mr. Speaker, the Garrick project, the World Bank has come out to state publicly that it is as a result of this government's inability to take concrete steps to give effect to that project. The World Bank
Honorable Minority Leader, your time is up now.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I will respect that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I will respect that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join colleagues to express our condolences to the families of the deceased and our sympathies to those who have lost property. Their houses have been damaged, flooded, and many have been rendered homeless. And I join Mr. Speaker to express our sympathies to all those families. But Mr. Speaker, let me start from the minority leader's constituency. The minority leader says that his constituency is seriously flooded. Minority leader's constituency is not an urban center. A significant chunk of it is rural. So minority leaders' constituencies floods is not as a result of the lack of primary drainage facilities. Neither is it as a result of the lack of secondary drainage facilities. Neither is it as a result of the failure to clean his constituency.
Yeah, Majority Leader, just a minute. Is on his feet. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, a Futu constituency is not largely rural. It's not largely rural. Two, in the past, the Yensu where we have the intake center at Silver Chrome pumping station, all through to Jahaze, connecting to Inswechi, was desilted. Mr. Speaker, the past 1.5 years, we haven't seen any desilting. Mr. Speaker, in fact, last year, Honorable Mutawakilu, the MD of Ghana Water, had to visit Winneba. There was this issue of, Mr. Speaker, Galamseyes blocking the waterway all the way into the Ayensu. We raised this. The government failed to respond. It's a reason why 6 communities are suffering. Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, but please, this is not a point of order. It's not point
Mr.
of
Speaker, I need to give him points of information.
No,
Mr. Speaker, he is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, don't come into this. He brought himself. He brought himself.
You know, I won't come in.
Constituency.
Yes, please. Majority Leader, you may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, what happened last week and what happened in June is something that hardly ever happens in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the total rainfall was estimated at 56 millimeters. 56. On the day when we suffered the floods, it is reported that we had between 140 to 169 millimeters. Just 13 hours. 3 times the entire rain volume of 2025. All that poured into Accra within 13 hours. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to place the development in proper context. It is not just the rainfall of that particular day. The entire month of June, we experienced a lot of rains. So, according to the meteorologists, when you look at the data, the month of June alone experienced over 593 millimeters of rain. Recommendations. I have several times said that we are not cashing in on property rates. I'm surprised. But Mr. Speaker, the cleanup exercise is being proposed by government because the whole area has been flooded. A lot of, materials have gotten into the drains. And for us to prepare for rains that will be coming, we need to generally clean the place. To make temporary arrangements to deal with an emergency. And he can via other allocations in the budget and allocate it so that later on when he deals with the problem with the Ghanaian account, he can then send the money back.
Majority Leader, since you are on this point, your colleague was on his feet. Yes, please, let me listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader is making a very serious statement that have constitutional consequences. Mr. Speaker, is the Majority Leader saying that the Public Financial Management Act allows the Minister of Finance to vary resolution of Parliament and decision of Parliament? Mr. Speaker, there's a world of difference between virement and variation. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader must be careful. Mr. Speaker, he should point to which provision in the Public Financial Management Act where the Minister of Finance can come here under Article 177, and when that approval is given, he can choose, because government slept on the job, because government could not defend the state, because government could not defend the state, and there was a garnishee order against the government. Mr. Speaker, it is the duty of government to put in place the necessary legislation to protect the contingency fund. Mr. Speaker,
please.
How can the leader of government business claim that the Minister of Finance can vary orders of this house? So they've withdrawn money from another source. That is what he's telling us and justifying. Mr. Speaker, he should quote the law.
Please.
Quote the specific provision.
Please.
Quote the law.
Minority Leader, you are a lawyer. Your colleague, Majority Leader, is also a lawyer. At least, as lawyers, do you know of any law which permits the contingency fund to be garnished? In law.
Speaker, I'm able to respond. Mr. Speaker, a good question. And that question goes to the Attorney General. Because you are representing the state. Why did you have the judiciary? You remove the Chief Justice. The entire judiciary is in your arm. You have the whole judiciary. The CJ is your baby. He's following you everywhere. Why would you sit down for them to garnish government account? Mr. Speaker, the entire judiciary is controlled by you. You control the judiciary.
Yes, Majority
Is it only
Leader.
on criminal prosecutions? Mr. Speaker, so the judiciary ruled against you. What did you do? The Attorney General should brief the House.
Minority Leader, I've heard you.
He should brief the House.
Majority Leader,
Come and brief us how the garnishee order came by.
Minority Leader, I've heard you. Yes,
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader, yes.
For the Minority Leader to stand in this chamber and tell the Attorney General and Minister of Justice that the judiciary is in his hands. Mr. Speaker, that he, the Attorney General, has removed the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lawyer of no mean standing like him is telling this house that when MPP was in power, that the Chief Justice was in his hands, that he was directing the Chief Justice, that he was controlling the Chief Justice. Because unless he has controlled the Chief Justice and knows that Chief Justice is capable of being controlled, he cannot accuse others of controlling the Chief Justice. So he is claiming that when he was leader and when MPP was in government, he was controlling the Chief Justice, and that is how he got the Chief Justice to convene a court and then the court to rule against this house sitting at certain times. That's what he's suggesting. So he knows that the Chief Justice can be controlled. So is that what you are doing? Is that what you are doing?
Well, honorable members, we have come to the end of the comments on the statement, and we move on to the next items on the agenda of today, which is on the order paper. All what these lawyers have said, you know, is not the law, so we just ignore it and move on. Yes, please. We have used the whole day on just these two items. Now, we will have to take the correction of votes and proceedings, official reports, the business statement, and then go to some businesses, public businesses, before we can take a bow. I know there are some urgent statements, one in connection with the commemoration of the passing away of one of our colleagues. And then also the other is by the second deputy speaker. So we'll get space for that one to be done. But in the meantime, let's go through this in a rather speedy way. Please, item 6, I will go through with you the correction of votes and proceedings in a very speedy manner, unless one or two of you have observed something that is incorrect, and you draw our attention to correct it. So the votes and proceedings will start with the one on Thursday, 2nd July 2026. Any corrections? There being no correction, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 2nd July 2026 is adopted as the correct record of the proceedings of that day. Now we have two reports, official reports dated 24th June 2026 and 25th June 2026. Any corrections? Honorable members, there being no corrections, the official reports of Wednesday, 24th June 2026 and Thursday, 25th June 2026 are hereby adopted as the correct record of the proceedings of those 2 days. We take item 7, business statement for the 8th week. Chairman, Business Committee. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee met today, Tuesday, 7 July 2026, and arranged business of the House for the 8th week ending Friday, 10th July 2026. And the committee presents its report as follows. Right Honourable Speaker may, as usual, read any available communication to the House. There are 23 questions scheduled to be answered by the ministers for fisheries, Minister in charge of government communication, trade, agribusiness and industry, health, labor, jobs and employment, foreign affairs, transport. Mr. Speaker, one is an urgent question, 22 are oral questions. Statements pursuant to Order 91, 2, and 93 may be made by ministers and members of parliament. Bills pursuant to Order 159 may be taken, and then also we could take them under certificate of agency under Order 160. And pursuant to Order 97, papers may be laid during the week, and committees may also present reports to the House. Motions and resolutions may be debated and their consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. On the question of referrals, at the committee, it was observed that the number of referrals have increased to 341 referrals, and the committees are urged to expedite action on the consideration of their referrals and report back to the House. The Business Committee met today because last Friday was a public holiday, and also, Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee planned the sitting for today till Friday, but with your communication to the House that Friday we will not be sitting, I urge members to take that on board and ignore the items listed in the various attachments, which includes some provision that was made for business on Friday, 10th of July 2026. Mr. Speaker, I do urge the House to adopt the report.
Honourable members, the business statement has been presented by the chairman, and I'll proceed to say that is adopted by the House as presented. We move now to the next item. Yes, it's part of the standing orders. I may or I may not permit comments. And I decided not to permit comments because time is of essence today. So please, we will go to statements because the second Deputy Speaker has a very important statement to make, and after that, another member. So, second Deputy Speaker, you may make your statement now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with gratitude, humility, and national pride to present to you and to this August House a statement on the successful hosting of the 4th African Interparliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. This landmark event was convened in this hallowed chamber of our Parliament under the auspices of the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kings for Babin, from 3rd to 6th June 2026. As chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, I express my profound gratitude to you for accepting to host this unique conference in Ghana. The Planning Committee is also grateful to His Excellency, the President, who was duly represented by the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah, for graciously opening the conference. I further extend my appreciation to the leadership of both sides of the Parliament, of the House, the entire membership of Parliament, the Planning Committee, the Parliamentary Service, and all who supported the successful hosting of this conference. Mr. Speaker, the first 3 editions of the conference were hosted by the Parliament of Uganda. By bringing the conference to West Africa for the first time, the Parliament of Ghana has expanded the geographic horizon of this vital conference discourse. Mr. Speaker, the conference was guided by the team, and I quote, consolidating parliamentary consensus, advancing the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values, unquote. This team served as our strategic compass, reflecting an urgent continental imperative to transition from rhetoric to concrete legislative policy. Mr. Speaker, the Accra Conference was an unprecedented assembly of continental leadership, intellect, and civil action. We hosted speakers and presidents of Parliament, presiding officers, and high-level parliamentary delegations representing various nations across Africa. Mr. Speaker, the roll call of participating nations was a testament to the sweeping continental resonance of this cause. From West Africa, we were joined by delegations from Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and our own homeland, Ghana. The North was distinctively represented by the Kingdom of Morocco, while Central Africa brought forth robust representation from Cameroon, Chad, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Equatorial Guinea. From the Prince of East Africa came the venerable delegation of Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Finally, the presence of the Southern Africa region was felt through the active participation of Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Beyond the legislative halls, the conference drew participation from stakeholders from the continent, civil society, organization, distinguished academics, professors of law, policy researchers, traditional leaders, and notable members of the clergy in Ghana and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the conference program was designed to balance formal diplomacy with intense interactive sessions. The opening ceremony set an inspiring and resolute tone with welcome remarks, fraternal messages from visiting speakers and other dignitaries, and keynote address by your good self on Africa's own development paradigm. Mr. Speaker, the core of the conference was characterized by scholarly and practical presentations delivered by world-class resource persons across the continent and beyond, including our own Honorable Samuel Nate George, Honorable Ripoku, and the rest. The experts unpack complex legal and social challenges, including the rising tensions between international aid and state sovereignty, and the socio-economic vulnerability confronting African families. They demonstrated that strong and stable family units are the ultimate engine for sustainable economic development, social security, and national resilience. Mr. Speaker, our responsibilities as host extended beyond the walls of the conference plenary. True to our national reputations as the gateway to Africa, the planning committee organized, among others, a curated excursion for our international delegates. Delegates boarded GNS Ankobra and GNS Volta and embarked on a memorable voyage on the Atlantic Ocean within the historic Gulf of Guinea from Tema to the point where the Greenwich Meridian meets the equator. The excursion promoted tourism, our rich heritage, artistic expression, cuisines, and hospitalities. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of any conference lies in tangible outcomes, and I am happy to report that the Accra Conference excelled in this regard. Delegates deliberated on key issues, resulting in the adoption of the Accra Declaration, the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. This historic document outlines a value-based legislative agenda for the continent. It reaffirms the sanctity of the family, asserts the absolute sovereignty of Africa's states, and rejects external attempts to tie vital developmental aids to foreign social engineering paradigms. Mr. Speaker, the successful hosting of the fourth conference is not an end, but a catalyst. The immediate way forward requires all participating parliaments to domesticate the resolutions embedded in the Accra Declaration, promote national budget that support family welfare, and foreign policies that guard national sovereignty. Burkina Faso is to host the 5th edition in May, whilst Eswatini the 6th edition in September 2027. Mr. Speaker, adding to the memorable achievements of the conference was the adoption of an official conference anthem composed and performed by a young and enterprising Ghanaian student, Ms. Esther Addo. The anthem captured the spirit of family, sovereignty, and unity, and shared African values. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the 4th African Interparliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values was a monumental triumph for the Parliament of Ghana and a historic milestone for Pan-African legislative unity. I once again convey my profound gratitude to you, Right Honorable Speaker, to my hard-working members of the Planning Committee, all honorable members of the House, the Clerk to Parliament, Honorable Mr. Jethro, and the Conference Coordinator, Deputy Clerk, Corporate and Financial Management Services, Dr. Mrs. Gloria Sakukumewu, and esteemed staff of the Parliamentary Service. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to guarding our African values, for in doing so, we secure the future of our children, our nation, and our continent. Mr. Speaker, I thank you most sincerely for this opportunity.
Honorable members, I want on your behalf to thank the Second Deputy Speaker, who was the chairman of the Planning Committee, and in fact, the leader of all that took place during this conference. Second Deputy Speaker Ayiko, what took place really was epitomic of Africa rising, and it was of tremendous success, and it's being talked about the whole continent. I think it excelled even beyond the first, second, and third, which were all hosted by the brotherly country of Uganda. So well done to you and the Planning Committee and all the other members. I will allow just a few comments because I have to rush to attend to another urgent matter. So I'll allow Honorable Emmanuel Bejira and Honorable Boama, who actively participated. There are more members who want to contribute. Then I will allow the Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair, and you can get the opportunity to contribute, because I have to rush to do something else. So, Honorable Emmanuel Bejira, you may set the ball rolling.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me commend the maker of the statement, the Second Deputy Speaker, for letting us know what happened really on June 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the 4th edition of the African Interparliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values. And we've had, as you've mentioned, we've had the 3 of the conferences in Uganda, ably convened and sponsored by the President of the Republic of Uganda. So, Speaker, at the last conference last year, we had the decision to bring the conference to Ghana. And I want to commend the Right Honorable Speaker for accepting to host the conference, not only hosting the conference, when every conference hall, including the International Conference Hall, was full, he decided to host the conference right here in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, that alone shows clearly your commitment to the African values and sovereignty that we all know of. Mr. Speaker, the conference was not only on value, but also on sovereignty. We talked about educational sovereignty of Africans. We spoke about even our food sovereignty. We spoke about our clothing sovereignty. We spoke about our languages that we use. Mr. Speaker, with the expose that came from the intellectuals, African intellectuals, clearly shows that we are missing a lot as an Africans. We have given out all that we have as Africans to the Europeans and to other nationals and to other nations. Africa is missing out to the extent that we are now importing the culture and the values of other nations into this country. One of them has to do with what we all know as LGBTQ. Mr. Speaker, that is just a minute part. You ask yourself, what about the GMO foods that we are eating in this country? We have forgotten about our own traditional foods that we eat. But the GMO foods that we eat, that is destroying our seed, the seeds that we know of, are all part of the new colonization that is coming to Africa. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, our children will begin to speak languages that they cannot even speak their own dialect. Our own dialect that we know of, the mother tongue, if you are not careful, will be missed out. All because there is a recolonization of Africa. And so for us as parliamentarians to move to the sphere that we wanted to take over sovereignty to ourselves. We want to make sure that Africans are noted for what Africans are noted for. The food that we eat, the dress that we wear, the way we speak. In fact, when we went to Uganda, that was the first time I heard of sovereignty as sovereignty. And I was asking, what is sovereignty? Sovereignty. Only to be told that that's sovereignty. So when they came here, when our colleagues came here, all of them said, sovereignty, sovereignty. So maybe we have to change the sovereignty to sovereignty, Mr. Speaker, on the lectern. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that when the
Honourable members, second deputy speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Honorable Emmanuel.
Mr. Speaker, our sisters and our brothers from Eswatini dressed majestically. Those who watched the video and those who were here saw them in their traditional wear in the chamber here. And so when it came for us to select which country that we will be visiting, Eswatini came top. Until Burkina Faso have to beg all of us that they want to have it because they also believe in African values. Mr. Speaker, if Eswatini can have their traditional dress code to fascists, to parliament, to international seminars, I don't see why Ghana Parliament cannot adopt fugu on Fridays or Thursdays as our traditional way. It's a way of selling our culture. It's a way of selling our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, so that we will remove this, Attorney General's tie and suit and be in our fugu and traditional ways. It shows clearly African sovereignty and African value. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Speaker of Parliament, the President of the Republic, the Chief of Staff, and all those who contributed. Some of our colleagues, Professor Beyo was at his best, and then our brother Honorable Agaga and the rest, they were all here and they contributed a lot. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you so much.
Yes, honorable members, we have a lot to do today. So I'll control the time to 5 minutes. So table, as much as people would like to contribute, nobody should contribute beyond 5 minutes. So table, let's handle the time for me. Yes, Honorable Azegboama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by yourself, your good self, on the conference that was held by this Parliament of Ghana, chaired by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Ghana showcased its worth when it comes to international conference organization. And this Parliament distinguished itself very, very much profoundly to the globe that Ghana has come of age and Ghana is capable of hosting conference of such international magnitude. Mr. Speaker, the conference was very timely if you look at the subject matter that were discussed. And we had insightful deliberation coming from our clergy, coming from those who also gave some commentaries on the conference. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I want us to look at lessons learned from the conference. And I believe that one lesson that I learned as a participant of the conference has to do with Africa cherishing its own values. Mr. Speaker, Our forebears, our forefathers built this country on some solid cultural foundation. And it is important that in as much as we grow and adulterate ourselves with the global space, we would be able to properly identify ourselves as a people with a common identity and a common destiny. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the various countries that were represented, the camaraderie that was shared amongst countries, I had the benefit of interacting with some of our colleagues coming from Kenya and Eswatini, as my colleague Beja indicated. And it helps us to bond and also share ideas about how parliaments are run in these countries, so that out of it, best practices and lessons can also be intimated. Mr. Speaker, I believe that once again, Ghana has distinguished itself well, and I want to thank the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Right Honorable Abansumana Kingsford Babrin, for his leadership, and also your good self for chairing such an august occasion and distinguishing yourself as a good Deputy Speaker who could handle the program as it turned out. Mr. Speaker, without more, let me thank this House for the cooperation. Remember, out of this, we had to suspend parliamentary sittings for almost 3 days. And so if not for the cooperation and collaboration from both houses, we wouldn't have been here. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you once again for the opportunity to comment on this particular statement. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, let me start from the senior most.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by your good self. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely wish to thank you for the way and manner in which you handled affairs during the conference. Mr. Speaker, you were around, you participated, and we were very grateful that you were around to lead us. Mr. Speaker, the conference was more or less the reiteration of what our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, had spoken about, the unity of Africa. And if you watched and listened to what transpired in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, you realize that the conference was worth it. In fact, let me go on to support the statement that was earlier made about our colleagues from Eswatini. They were so beautiful, they were so elegant, they dressed appropriately, they comported themselves as expected, and they more or less showed us that their sovereignty was actually being held by themselves. Nobody was interrupting in anything or whatever they were doing. They were a good example, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the presenters, especially led by Honorable Bejra, who has just left the chamber, all made us understand that the sovereignty of we Africans was in our hands, and that it continues to be in our hands. If we want to wash it away, then, but we shouldn't forget that our values, our culture, and for that matter, the various dialects was one of the things that we should uphold. Mr. Speaker, when I went out with colleagues during lunchtime, I admired and appreciated the way organization was done for everybody, at least, and I could listen. I heard how they were happy that our local foods were prepared. They were very happy. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget about one thing. There was an issue that came up And I have since kept it to myself because I'm like, well, we all cannot be the same. Because that was the time that these xenophobic attacks were taking place in South Africa. And yet, we had the South Africans participate in this program. It shows how much Ghana we care and how hospitable we are. However, there is just one thing missing, and that was when we spoke about the issue of LGBTQ++, for which they said they wanted to abstain. Mr. Speaker, though disheartening, but I believe with time they will learn from all other African countries. I wish to also take this opportunity to commend our Speaker, who ensured that this program, notwithstanding all the problems and issues that cropped up, was held in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank you all for having me being one of the individuals or MPs who participated. I'm really very grateful, and I hope and pray that what we have studied, learned, and listened here is upheld for the benefit of all Africa and generations unborn. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful for the opportunity. First of all, I think that I should have made a statement, Mr. Speaker. Because you chaired the committee and you chaired it very well, we should have made a statement to praise you and the Right Honorable Speaker for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 5 years, you and Mr. Speaker have managed to bring this very important seminar from East Africa to West Africa. Indeed, a few weeks ago, when I announced it in Eswatini at the OACP conference, that the Right Honorable Speaker, your good self, and the leadership of Parliament of Ghana were organizing this important seminar, there was a great deal of applause for you. And so we were not surprised at all, Mr. Speaker, that the organization was super. I mean, participation was excellent. And indeed, you sacrificed lessons and time of this Parliament and then made the conference what it was. Mr. Speaker, the thrust of the conference was about values, was about family, and all this about Africa. Never mind, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the communique, some Southern African countries like South Africa declined to sign up. But largely, we're all agreeable that the West cannot impose what their values are on us. And so we must move with the African values that we cherish, the African values that we hold valuable to ourselves, and to bequeath that to our generation yet unborn. Mr. Speaker, I can only thank you and the rest of the leadership, the committee that organized that conference, and the participating countries that came together to make this conference a very successful one. So, Speaker, thank you so much for the statement.
Thank you. Then I go to Hajia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very, very important statement made by your good self, Second Deputy Speaker and Chair of the conference. Mr. Speaker, it's not every day that you wake up in officialdom and big men are happy to come down to our level. We really appreciate it. And we want to commend you highly for this industry. Mr. Speaker, you chaired the planning committee, and everyone here has attested to the beautiful job that you did. And I want to add my voice to commend you highly. But going back to the statement, Mr. Speaker, 4th African Interparliamentary Conference on Family Sovereignty and Values, held in Accra, 3rd to 6th June 2026. When we talk about African family and values, the first things that come to mind, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at our culture, we are looking at our traditions, we are looking at our value systems. And Mr. Speaker, we are looking at our festivals, our clothing, and our food. This is Africa when we talk about African family. So when a conference, an international conference for that matter, is organized here in Accra, under the theme, as you rightly captured in your statement, consolidating parliamentary consensus, advancing the African Charter on Family Values and Sovereignty, and a news media house in this country reads this theme and yet is able to go out and report that, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Speaker of Parliament suspends parliamentary sittings for 3 days to hold an LGBTQ conference in the chamber, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this alone takes away from the beauty of this otherwise very important conference. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote Chantal Mouffe, whose theory of antagonistic democracy stipulates that democracy is built on consensus. And that consensus should not eliminate the public sphere. So when we gather here as Africans, African parliamentarians representing the people of Africa, we speak for the people of Africa. We speak in line with the agonistic democratic theory of Chantal Mouffe. So we should celebrate ourselves for that uniqueness. As my senior, Hajia Ladi, MP for Pusiga, indicated that this was a continuation of the vision of the founder of this country, the great Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. That is the vision. That is what we were doing. Some of us were not in Uganda, but we were told that when Ghana came up for nomination to host the 4th Conference, all the countries were added in. Everybody agreed that Ghana should host the conference. That alone is a moment of pride for us. Today, thanks to that singular act of Ghana, the next conference is going to Burkina Faso. So we are still keeping the conference in West Africa. What is more beautiful than this? So I urge all of us, let's celebrate this momentous development of our parliament, headed by the Right Honorable Speaker himself, and ably supported by his Deputy Speaker and the Planning Committee. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot that was said here. But at the end of the conference, we had the tourism part of it, and we went on the boat to sail across the Atlantic. Mr. Speaker, I put a picture on my constituency platform. And you know, that was at the height of the Israeli-USA-Iran war. And they asked me whether I was on the Strait of Hormuz. That I needed to declare my exact locations. But that was the beauty of it. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, your parliament, only 3 MPs.
Thank you so much. So I'm left with 2 people. Honorable Professor Bayo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement eloquently delivered by your good self. I would want to join my senior colleagues and earlier speakers to celebrate your sterling leadership at the committee level, the organizing committee level, and for giving us the opportunity to serve on it. We also want to once again thank the Right Honorable Speaker for the role played in us having a very successful conference. Mr. Speaker, in celebrating your leadership, I celebrate you in particular for giving opportunity to young parliamentarians like myself to have participated in this conference. Not only participate, but I was also nominated as one of the speakers at the conference, and I did not take that lightly at all. I was asked to speak on negotiating health sovereignty in global health governance, an African value-based perspective. And I cherish that opportunity to discuss with the academia and other intellectuals here on that topic. And I would want to emphasize a bit that this conference also emphasized on the health sovereignty. While we talk about African values, it was not all about just LGBTQ, as has been purported, but we talked about health sovereignty. And from the speakers across the globe, we looked at health sovereignty to include us determining the health priorities, our own health priorities as Africans, and determine what is good for our health, and not having other people to set the agenda for us. We looked at Africans having a national pride in the fact that we are able to take care of our citizens. If we can provide health care for our pregnant women, if we can provide vaccines for our children, and fund these and not rely on external funding and donor funding, and when those funding dwindle, then our population is left unvaccinated and at risk of preventable illnesses, then we realized that this conference was of value. And it followed after the vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when he launched the African Health Sovereignty here in Accra and came up with the Accra Reset, which emphasized on health sovereignty, that Africans should be able to raise funds to be able to cover the gap that is created by donor funding. And I think we are in that line. On that score, I would want to call on all African nations, especially those that have the capacity to produce vaccines. Let's consider local manufacture of vaccines on the African continent and do pooled purchasing to ensure that we can protect our children and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, this conference also emphasized in the draft charter that we should ban gain of function research, which is that aspect of research that allow organisms like viruses to gain new functions, such as becoming more lethal, more transmissible, and it's a very controversial subject in health research. And I will urge that the conference came up with a roadmap, and that roadmap is that the charter that was agreed on here should be forwarded eventually to the African Union for adoption. I'll urge the leadership of the Interparliamentary Union to push this agenda so that the deliverable, the key deliverable of this conference is not left behind. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the next conference is being hosted in Burkina Faso. And as an MP whose constituency borders Burkina Faso, I'll use the opportunity to extend a welcome to members that on your way to Burkina Faso, stop in Hamile so that we can show you around what is in Lambuse. Thank you very much. And by this, I hope that I'll be on that delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last one, then, yes, Honorable Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the statement. Accept my compliment for the ones that my colleagues have given. Mr. Speaker, my takeaway from the fourth African Parliamentary Family Sovereignty and Family Values was that education without moral and spiritual values produce intelligent criminals. I should come again. My takeaway or one of the takeaways from that program was that education without moral and spiritual values produce intelligent criminals. Aside that, Mr. Speaker, our educational system must build character, not just career. That was another takeaway I got. Mr. Speaker, African family today, which is a proud institution under unprecedented digital assault, was also another issue that came up. What is this bringing about? Mr. Speaker, from the conference, we got to realize that 7 hours average daily screen time is what our children spend in watching the phones we buy for them. Additionally, 62% African children are exposed to pornography online. 62% of our children, the phones we buy for them. The conference revealed this during the presentation by our own Minister of Education, Communication and Digitalization. Mr. Speaker, another issue I learned from the conference is that there's 40% drop in family meal time due to smartphone usage. We don't have time with our children to imbibe in them our family values so that in future they become who we are or better than we are. I won't be done by the point, Mr. Speaker. We learned also that a $1 we spend on another man's product by way of the suit we wear, the so-called my suit is better than yours, it's a $1 we are spending to sponsor the foreigners and not Ghanaians. And so I go by the proposal that we should eat made in Ghana, wear made in Ghana, dress well in Ghana, and our economies will become what we need. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leadership, will you say something? Well. So, honorable members, we thank you. I think we have another statement, but that will be taken tomorrow, eh? Anyway, that one is commemorating for the death of our colleague who passed on. I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, let us take the questions. The questions,
then, okay.
We gave the ministers 12 noon. They've been here since 12 noon.
Well. May I respectfully invite the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture to take the... So, Honorable Isaac Opoku, where is he? Yes, Honorable Dr. Isaac Opoku of Finso South, Member of Parliament. Honorable, you have an urgent question, and the Minister is now ready to respond to your question. So may you read the question now, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture what measures the ministry has put in place to prevent the use of unapproved and harmful preservatives, including the use of formalin, for the preservation of fish and fish products to ensure that fish and fish-related products on the markets are safe for human consumption. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, respectfully, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2025, Act 1146, gives significant attention to fisheries post-harvest management, recognizing its importance in ensuring food security, food safety from production to consumption. Post-harvest management covers the entire fisheries value chain, from fishermen and fish farmers to processors and traders, and requires effective regulation to safeguard public health. The ministry, through the Fisheries Commission, is implementing, therefore, the following measures to prevent the use of unapproved and harmful preservations in fish products. Mr. Speaker, permit me to outline a number of activities undertaken in terms of current and immediate interventions. 1, we have carried out education and sensitization of fishermen, fish farmers, processors, and traders on proper fish handling, hygiene, and quality assurance practices. In collaboration with the FAO, the ministry has developed information, education, and communication materials in 6 local languages to promote best practices across fishing communities nationwide. We have also deployed ad hoc task forces to major aquaculture sites, landing beaches, and fish markets for monitoring and rapid product testing. We have intensified public awareness campaigns through radio and television in collaboration with civil society organizations and NGOs within the fisheries sector. We have also on occasion arrested and prosecuted offenders involved in the use of harmful preservatives and chemicals. Mr. Speaker, there are some medium-term interventions that we have outlined. One is to expand the Fisheries Enforcement Unit's mandate to strengthen monitoring, compliance, quality assurance, and consumer protection within the post-harvest sector. 2 is to introduce the TORI meters and rapid diagnostic test kits at landing beaches and fish markets to assess fish freshness and detect harmful chemicals. Mr. Speaker, we have also strengthened, in the medium term, we are strengthening collaboration with the Food and Drugs Authority and environmental health departments of metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to improve enforcement and monitoring. We are going to be conducting periodic market surveillance and laboratory testing of fish products to ensure compliance with food safety standards. And we will establish an effective feedback and reporting mechanisms between regulators and stakeholders within the fisheries value chain. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we also have a few long-term measures in place: strengthening research in fisheries post-harvest management and food safety, mandatory registration of artisanal fish processing and storage facilities in line with Act 1146 to improve monitoring and traceability, and to develop a national database to record and track incidents of chemical misuse in the fisheries sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Dr. Boku, any supplementary question?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he indicated that they have been doing a number of tests to determine whether some preservatives are unapproved. And I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether in course of the testing they have identified any unapproved chemical.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Since my assumption into office and having gone round myself with a team and testing, we have not as yet come across any. In some communities, as soon as you bring the subject up, the women themselves say, no, this is not allowed here. In other communities, as soon as you mention it, and then sometimes I ask, And what is formalin used for? Then they will answer. And I say, do we eat dead bodies? They will say no. So why is it that you use formalin that is used to preserve dead bodies on fish that people eat? Then the whole place goes quiet. Then you know that it is a practice that goes on there. So as I have said, in the medium term, we are going to be having a lot more unannounced task forces going around the fish processing areas. The test, a simple test is, if there are no flies on a fish, don't buy it.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't have any further supplementary question, except to thank the honorable minister for the extensive response. And I also want to urge the honorable minister to intensify the education, because of late, as he indicated, the salted fish is not attracting flies, which is a source of worry, for fish consumers. So, honorable minister, I thank you very much for the comprehensive response.
Thank you so much, honorable member, for ranking on agriculture and fisheries. So, on that, do you have any questions? Come again.
We're going to do the next urgent question, which is 8B.
Well.
If you are done with this.
So I'm on it. So, honorable minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you for attending upon the House. Yes, honorable. Let me now invite honorable minister for government communications, honorable Ferris Fofosu, to take the seat. Yes. So on that note, I will invite Honorable Mrs. Mavis and Council Board member for Fijakwa East to ask her urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The constituency is the Fija-Secretary East constituency, not Fijakwa East. Fija-Secretary East.
Fija-Secretary East, yes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of State in charge of government communication what specific implementation milestone have been achieved under the government 24-hour economy program since its launch, and what measurable outcomes have been recorded so far. Thank you.
Yes, respect for honorable minister.
Thank you very much, honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I wish to begin with a small preamble. I wish to draw attention to the fact that I am not myself directly responsible for the implementation of the program. But I understand the context within which the question was directed to me, because I speak for the presidency. For that reason, it limits my ability in terms of certain specifics, especially regarding follow-up questions. So we may have to be guided by that. But I am more than happy if you bear me out. I have
honorable members.
Yes,
that is the caveat.
Yes, I have a briefing on the steps taken. But in terms of specificity, because it is not my daily schedule, I am more than happy to facilitate an engagement between Parliament and the Secretariat itself for further details to be shared on some of the more specific matters. It's a fair case.
Well,
yes.
Honorable member, he's been frank with us.
That is the honest truth, yes.
So
I have a briefing on the key
honorable
steps taken.
Minority Chief Whip.
Yeah.
The way you are looking at me.
I have a briefing on the key steps taken, but I may be limited in terms of follow-up questions because
honorable
it's not
Minister, go on.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member for the question regarding the progress made under the 24-hour economy and the accelerated export development program, and the measurable outcomes achieved since its launch. The most direct answer is this: the program has moved beyond policy design into implementation. Mr. Speaker, the progress reflects the commitment of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama to translate the 24-hour economy from a campaign commitment into a practical program for economic transformation. Its primary achievement to date has been the successful mobilization of investors, enterprises, financing and projects around a common objective: expanding production, exports, and employment. Mr. Speaker, to date, more than $11.5 billion in prospective investments have been mobilized, including approximately $5.5 billion under signed joint development agreements and over $6 billion in active project development negotiations. More than 6,700 enterprises and investors have expressed interest in participating in the program opportunities. These outcomes demonstrate growing confidence in President Mahama's vision of a production-led economy driven by private investment, exports, and employment creation. Mr. Speaker, the design of the program is rooted in President Mahama's conviction that sustainable job creation must be anchored in production, competitiveness, and enterprise growth. To understand the program's progress, one must first understand the challenge it was designed to solve. The program is founded on a simple observation: businesses cannot create jobs at scale if they are unable to invest, expand production, or operate competitively. Accordingly, the President directed that the program focus on addressing the practical barriers that hinder the private sector and businesses in investing, expanding, and creating more jobs and opportunities. Across our engagement with investors, enterprises, financial institutions, and development partners, 4 constraints emerged repeatedly as the principal barriers to investment and production at a scale that addresses our productivity and employment gaps. The first is reliable and affordable energy. Second, the cost and availability of finance. Third, the cost of logistics and transportation. And then finally, access to investment-ready land. The program's work over the past year has therefore focused on systematically addressing these constraints while mobilizing investments into projects targeted at economic growth and job creation. Reliable and affordable energy. Mr. Speaker, investors consistently identified reliable and affordable energy as one of the most important requirements for continuous production. Without sufficient and competitively priced power, firms cannot operate multiple shifts, expand industrial production, or remain competitive. To address this challenge, the program has prioritized the development of strategic energy infrastructure designed to support large-scale industrialization, agro-processing, manufacturing, and logistics operations under the 24-hour economy model. This objective aligns directly with President Mahama's objective of ensuring that energy becomes an enabler rather than a constraint to industrialization. The first is the Buipe Solar and Battery Energy Storage System, known as BESS, a 1.5 gigawatt renewable energy development with an estimated investment value of $1.4 billion and projected direct employment of approximately 13,200 jobs. The project will be implemented in 3 phases. Phase 1, which is 100 megawatts, Phase 2, 500 megawatts, and Phase 3, 900 megawatts. The joint development agreement was signed on 10th April 2026 with SAI Bioenergy Ghana Limited, a subsidiary of Atri Energy Transition Private Limited. A special purpose vehicle, Buipe Energy Limited, is currently being established to deliver the project. The Buipe project exemplifies the type of strategic infrastructure investment envisaged by President Mahama to support continuous industrial production under the 24-hour economy. The second is the compressed biogas program, a $6.47 billion national program expected to create approximately 30,000 direct jobs, with 90% of those households targeted for Ghanaians, while generating an estimated $450 million annually in foreign exchange savings through import substitution. Joint development agreements for the first 2 modular plants at Buipe and Damanko were signed on 5th May 2026, marking the commencement of the program's national rollout. Strategic investors are already engaged and implementation activities are underway, with special incentives currently being processed under the applicable exemption framework. National rollout sequencing for subsequent plans is also under development. This initiative also reflects the President's emphasis on combining energy security, industrial competitiveness, and job creation within a single development framework. Land for the project has been secured, while the detailed project reports, environmental and social impact assessments, geotechnical studies, and great impact studies are currently underway. The project is being developed in partnership with Atri Energy Transition, Sai Bioenergy, and anchor investor Infinity Energy Systems Plus, PLC, with phased construction expected between August 2026 and April 2028. These investments are not standalone energy projects. They are catalytic infrastructure investments designed to provide the reliable and affordable power required to support industrial parks, agro-processing facilities, manufacturing plants, logistics hubs, and export-oriented enterprises operating under a 24-hour economy. Cost and availability of finance. Mr. Speaker, investors and enterprises have equally identified access to affordable finance as a major barrier to growth, expansion, and competitive operation and production to participate in the 24-hour economy program and create the expected job outcomes. To address this challenge, the program has established a financing architecture designed to mobilize private capital while reducing reliance on sovereign. The objective is to make private capital, rather than a government budget, the primary source of funding for economic transformation. This approach is consistent with President Mahama's direction that economic transformation should be driven primarily by private capital mobilization rather than excessive reliance on public borrowing. To date, the program has secured and advanced several financing facilities, including $290 million Badia SME on-lending and trade finance facility approved to support enterprise expansion, trade finance, and productive investments. A €20 million UNDP Italy Matai agriculture facility to support smart agriculture and value chain development. A 1 billion Ghana cedi in identified domestic equity commitments. 15 million Ghana cedis in approved seed funding through GIF 24-hour economy joint development sub-fund to support early stage project development and structuring of infrastructure projects. Up to $200 million under discussion with Ghana International Bank to support trade, industrial, and export-oriented investments. The progress achieved demonstrates the confidence of development finance institutions and investors in the policy direction established under President Mahama's administration. In addition, the program has developed a number of catalytic financing instruments designed to crowd in private capital and improve project bankability, which includes a viability gap funding framework, including climate finance, to support strategic infrastructure and productive investments whose national economic benefits exceed early commercial returns. 2, a project preparation facility concept currently under development to finance feasibility studies, environmental assessments, engineering designs, and financial structuring required to bring projects to financial close. Recognizing that financing constraints are not only about the availability of funds, but also about the ability of enterprises to access them, the program is working with the Bank of Ghana to develop a broader financing ecosystem for productive sectors. This includes an enterprise support organization, a credit insurance guarantee scheme, a food security and commodity price stabilization fund, a neo-fingo digital finance platform, among others. Mr. Speaker, these interventions form part of the broader ecosystem envisioned by President Mahama to unlock enterprise growth and productive investments across the country. Incentive framework. Mr. Speaker, enterprise engagement has consistently demonstrated that incentives remain one of the most important factors influencing investment decisions and the transition to continuous production. Recognizing this reality, President Mahama has consistently emphasized that businesses must be supported to expand production and create jobs. Analysis of enterprises that have formally expressed interest in the program indicates that approximately 90%, including identify incentives as critical to expanding production and moving to continuous multi-shift operations and creating employment. The proposed incentive framework is currently under consideration by the Ministry of Finance. The framework has been designed as a targeted, performance-based intervention that is accountable, time-bound, and linked directly to employment, production, and value addition outcomes. Key measures under consideration include 1, reduce corporate income tax for qualifying enterprises. 2, 100% first-year depreciation on qualifying plants and equipment. 3, 0 rating of VAT and selected levies on qualifying machinery and productive assets. Unlike previous incentive programs, participating firms will be required to sign performance agreements tied to measurable employment, production, and value addition targets. Beneficiaries will be publicly disclosed and subject to periodic review. The objective is not simply to reduce taxes, but to incentivize production expansion, investment, exports, and job creation. cost of supply chain and logistics. Mr. Speaker, investors and enterprises consistently identify logistics and transportation costs as a major constraint to competitiveness, particularly for agriculture, manufacturing, and export-oriented industries. In many sectors, the cost of moving raw materials, intermediate goods, and finished products significantly increases production costs and reduces the competitiveness of Ghanaian businesses in domestic and export markets. The program is therefore investing in logistics, infrastructure, and integrated value chain systems designed to reduce transportation costs, improve market access, and strengthen supply chain efficiency. A flagship intervention in this regard is the Volta Lake Transport System, Phase 1. Phase 1 of this project comprises port infrastructure development and the provision of floating assets along the Volta Economic Corridor. The Volta Lake Transport System is one of the flagship infrastructure initiatives supporting President Mahama's vision of transforming the Volta Economic Corridor into a major production and regional transit zone. The project has an indicative investment value of $710 million and is expected to create direct and indirect jobs for over 200,000 people by 2028, while reducing carbon emissions by an estimated 500,000 tons through the movement of cargo by water rather than road. The project is being structured through a VRA concession model supported by EPC and private sector investors. Investor interest has already been confirmed, with concession instruments currently under preparation. Progress to date includes submission of the project to the Green Climate Fund through Ecobank Ghana, securing a $2 million project preparation facility grant from the African Development Bank, engagement with strategic investors including CRBC, Germany Group, and Kala Holdings, confirmation by Germany Group of a proposed $710 million investment into the project. The strong investor response to this project underscores confidence in the long-term development strategy being advanced under President Mahama's leadership. The objective of the Volta Lake Transport System is to create a lower-cost logistics backbone linking production centers, agro-industrial parks, manufacturing zones, export facilities, and domestic markets along the Volta Economic Corridor and into the Sahel as a regional transit route. By reducing transportation costs, improving access to markets, and strengthening supply chain connectivity, the project is expected to improve the competitiveness of enterprises operating under the 24-hour economy program and support the expansion of production, trade, and exports and employment. Mr. Speaker, more broadly, the program's logistics investments, including the Volta Lake Transport System, Tamale Air Cargo and Export Hub, integrated trading platforms, and corridor infrastructure, are intended to address one of the most persistent barriers to industrial growth, the high cost of moving goods within Ghana and to export markets. Reducing logistics costs is therefore not simply a transport objective. It is a competitiveness objective that enables firms to produce more efficiently, access larger markets, and create more jobs. Access to investment-ready land. Mr. Speaker, access to large-scale investment-ready land has historically been one of the most significant barriers to agricultural, industrial, and infrastructure investment in Ghana. Investors consistently cite land acquisition challenges, fragmented ownership structures, lengthy negotiations, and tenure uncertainty as major obstacles to project development and financial close. For many large-scale productive investments, secure access to land is the first requirement before investors can commit capital. To address this challenge, the program established the participatory land access model, through which over 605,115 acres have been mobilized while preserving community ownership, participation, and benefit sharing arrangements. This intervention has transformed land from a constraint into an investment platform and has directly enabled several strategic projects currently under implementation and structuring or investor negotiations. The participatory land access model embodies President Mahama's commitment to ensuring that communities remain partners and beneficiaries in large-scale investment projects. Now, Mr. Speaker, addressing constraints alone does not create jobs. The next step is converting opportunities into investable projects capable of attracting capital, expanding production, and generating employment. The program has therefore focused on identifying commercially viable opportunities and structuring them into bankable investments through joint development agreements, memoranda of understandings, anchor investment arrangements, special purpose vehicles, concession frameworks, and blended finance structures. This process has resulted in a diversified investment portfolio spanning agriculture, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, technology, industrial development, exports, and value chain infrastructure. Beyond energy, land, and logistics projects already discussed, the following investments illustrate the progress made in converting opportunities into executable projects. Mr. Speaker, beyond addressing constraints, President Mahama's objective has been to build a pipeline of bankable projects capable of attracting large-scale private investments, including industrial chemical hubs, 13 aquaculture enterprise programs, parks, special purpose vehicles, and integrated trading enterprises, Vakbo Pando Toko Cassava aggregation projects, Ogwa Technology Park, and UCC Business Process Outsourcing Hub, among others. Manufacturing, pharmaceutical, and industrial parks. The program has also advanced several industrial development initiatives designed to strengthen domestic manufacturing, increase value addition, and create skilled employment opportunities across multiple sectors of the economy. A flagship initiative is the development of the Sutari Industrial Parks, comprising the local enterprise pharmaceutical industrial parks and a textiles and garments manufacturing cluster covering approximately 3,000 acres. Anchor institutions and partners currently engaged include the University of Ghana, Clarion Health, Ceravex, BMT, among others. The Kumasi UNIJ Garment Park is being developed through a brownfield expansion model anchored by UNIJ and is expected to generate more than 2,000 direct jobs, strengthening domestic garment manufacturing and export competitiveness. Similarly, the Kumasi MIT Park has been structured in partnership with KNUST and prospective industrial partners, including B5+. The project is expected to generate approximately 3,000 direct jobs and 9,000 indirect jobs, while supporting machinery, manufacturing, industrial engineering, and TVET integration. Mr. Speaker, these projects demonstrate that the program has progressed beyond concept development. Across the portfolio, investors have been identified, land has been secured, agreements have been signed, financing structures have been developed, and implementation arrangements are being established. The evidence therefore points to a program that is actively converting investment opportunities into bankable projects capable of generating employment, increasing exports, strengthening domestic production, and expanding productive capacity across the economy. Mr. Speaker, the program's employment model is built on a simple proposition. Jobs are created when businesses expand production. For businesses to expand production, they must first be able to invest. For investment to occur, the barriers that constrain enterprise growth must be removed. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the most significant achievement of the program to date is the successful conversion of a national policy vision into a pipeline of investable projects, financing mechanisms, and private sector commitments. The program is systematically addressing the major constraints identified by investors and enterprises: energy availability, access to land, logistics and supply chain costs, the cost of doing business, and access to affordable financing. Mr. Speaker, of these, the incentives framework remains particularly critical. Enterprise engagement data indicates that approximately 90% of existing firms that have expressed interest in participating in the program to run multi-shift operations identify incentives as a key requirement for expanding production and transitioning to continuous multi-shift operations. The framework, therefore, remains one of the most important levers for accelerating enterprise participation, investment decisions, and job creation. The program has mobilized the investors. It has mobilized the projects. It has mobilized the financing architecture. It has mobilized the land and infrastructure required for growth. Mr. Speaker, the progress achieved to date demonstrates that President Mahama's flagship 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program has moved decisively from concept to execution. The foundations have been laid, investor confidence has been mobilized, and implementation is underway across multiple sectors of the economy. The task before us now is to accelerate implementation and convert this momentum into productive enterprises, sustainable employment, increased exports, and long-term economic transformation for the people of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Mavis Nkansa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the reason why I directed this question to you is because 24-hour economy is not captured under one specific ministry. It cuts across. So then I deemed it fine to ask you. Secondly, I wanted to find out from you, during the electioneering period, the president made us understand that the reason why the three-shift system was coming into place was to cure the problem of unemployment. I listened to you extensively. I didn't hear. I mean, this is almost 2 years into President John Dramani Mahama's administration. I want to find out how many jobs, indirect and direct jobs, have the 24-hour economy brought about. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think that the Honorable Member is right on point when she notes that this is not something that is restricted to a particular sector. It's a multi-sector activity. It is precisely the reason why the President set up the Secretariat to coordinate the activities of all the agencies that are required to be able to move this forward. And the presentation I just made shows the kind of work that they have done. All that I have said points to the fact that the building blocks, the foundation is being laid, because it's not an event. It is a continuous program that is designed to transform our economy. First of all, to create jobs, to create economic expansion, and ensure that we develop rapidly. In terms of job creation, there is available data since we came to power about the creation of hundreds of thousands of jobs, particularly in the private sector. There are government agencies that run a three-shift system. Indeed, one of them is a Ghana Publishing Company Limited, which is under my office. They have currently instituted a three-shift system under which hundreds of Ghanaians are employed. There's currently a three-shift system at the ports, which has enabled the employment of a number of Ghanaians. But as I indicated, it is a policy that is being rolled out. Once it is fully implemented and its objectives are achieved, there's no dispute about the number of jobs that will be created. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Mavis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So then I just wanted a little contribution. The reason why I asked this question. Over the years, I believe that governments have assumed that it is their role to create employment. But that is not the case. Most of the time, it is government's responsibility to create that enabling environment for the private sector, to create that opportunity for you. And that is why, particularly, I was excited about the 24-hour economy, but it seems that it has just been bankrolled to a slogan. Please, let me make my point. I was hoping that almost 2 years into President Dramani Mahama's presidency, something tangible would have been achieved. Unfortunately, it seems that everything is still on paper. I'm hoping that in the next year, something much tangible can be achieved that most Ghanaians can see. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Felix.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, well, the Honorable Member's recent contribution is not a question per se, but I think that it's important to point out a few things. The first point is that the presentation I made shows clearly that government recognizes that the bulk of jobs will be created in the private sector. And so everything that is being done is aimed at unlocking that potential within the private sector to create those jobs. I have spoken about an incentives regime, the need for affordable energy, the need to ensure that the necessary logistics are provided, the need to ensure that the necessary infrastructure exists for the private sector to piggyback on in order to create a job. So there's no dispute about what government makes of who has to create the jobs. It is the private sector. It is also inaccurate to say that nothing tangible has been achieved. You see, we have drawn lessons from the past where ad hoc policy making resulted in unsustainable programs that collapse with the if you like, the coming into power of another government. This is a program that is intended to last beyond this government and stand the test of time. For that reason, the building blocks have to be carefully laid. Whatever policies are implemented must be done such that they are sustained over the period, so that the gains that we seek to make are made consistently over the long term, as opposed to a short-term activity intended only to carry favor with the electorate. So we fully understand what needs to be done, and substantial work has been done. At the right time, further briefing will be provided to Parliament so that we see exactly where we are. But most of the things that I have highlighted, which have gone on record and have been captured by the Hansard, shows that substantial work has gone on, and very soon we'll begin to realize the fruits thereof. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All of you are first timers. Let me go to Kwabre. That is where we have Bonuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister what evidence that the government have to suggest that by merely extending operating hours will create jobs rather than just simply stimulating demand, given that for a firm or business to operate 24 hours, there should be a corresponding demand. However, currently you see that most businesses are currently operating under capacity because of very low demand and also high cost. So what is the evidence? What evidence do they have that just by extending doing 24 hours, we are going to create jobs instead of stimulating
Yes,
demand?
Honorable Minister. Please, let's restrict ourselves to the question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the biggest misconceptions about the whole program. I recall that in the legendary period when we first mooted this, some of these questions were raised. The single biggest evidence that there is demand is the level of importation that we engage in. For a country that is as import dependent as ours, it boggles my mind that anybody can argue that we do not have demand. The only reason why we import to the level that we do is that we do not have domestic capacity to produce to meet the demands for those items. Once we produce locally and given the right conditions and right incentives, you are going to cut out expenditure like freight, like import duty and what have you, which naturally or automatically makes your products cheaper and more competitive than imported ones. And once that happens, the market forces will indicate that your nationals who rely on these imports will begin to patronize domestic goods, which creates jobs and also improves our economy and saves us capital flight, which is one of our biggest problems in relation to the stability of our currency. So there's no dispute, absolutely no doubt, that the demand exists. We simply don't have the capacity to meet it, and that is the reason why we import to a level that we do. Number two, the claim that multi-ships do not create extra jobs is also difficult to appreciate. As I speak to you, there is a state publisher, the Ghana Publishing Company Limited, which did not used to do 3 shifts, who are doing 3 shifts now. They have had to employ more hands in order to be able to do so. So, for instance, the average human can work for only 8 hours. Beyond that, you simply cannot function. So if an entity is producing round the clock, 24 hours, and a group of people come to work for 8 hours and they leave, they need to be replaced by another group in order to sustain the operations. That naturally requires bringing additional hands. So that too is clear and it is straightforward. The reason why many Ghanaian entities are not able to do so is because it is a bit expensive to keep machinery running around the clock. Once you address the cost barrier through tariffs that are competitive for them, once you address the logistics value chain for them and they are able to access raw materials around the clock, there should be no difficulty. So job creation is at the heart of this policy. And once we are operating an economy that never sleeps, there is always somebody on hand to provide a service or a product which will be patronized. You are definitely going to need hands to be able to render that service, and that is job creation right there. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable McQueen.
How much funding has been allocated for the implementation and how much has been disbursed so far?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the 2026 budget captured 100 million Ghana cedis. Now that is for the operations of the secretariats, so that they are able to roll out their policies and are able to administer their outfit. That is separate from what is needed for purposes of incentivizing the private sector, for purposes of providing credits, for purposes of providing cost-efficient tariffs and what have you. Indeed, when I answered the question, I noted that we are taking steps to expand our energy output so that we have cheaper source of energy for the private sector and all those who want to participate. To do that, we are engaging firms that have the capacity and the financing to make such investments, which will then make cheaper energy available. So government does not have to use its own resources. So the misconception here is that people believe that government must take money from its coffers in order to incentivize the private sector. That necessarily is not the case. There are other ways of doing it so that you don't need to use public funds. But the 100 million that was allocated was for the operations of the secretariat. And I'm sure that when the finance minister presents the 2027 budget, adequate accounting will be made of what the money has been used for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, what labor protections have been established for workers on night shift regarding safety, transportation, their health, and overtime compensation?
Yes, Honorable Ferris.
Thank you very much. I believe that we have adequate laws that safeguard Ghanaian workers from certain harms that may come their way whilst working under this particular program. For instance, the issue of security, it is pretty straightforward. If companies require the provision of security, the Ghana Police Service exists, other security agencies exist, and they can make these arrangements. Indeed, I do know that at the Ghana Publishing Company, for instance, the police are on hand to provide security 24/7 to the extent that the company requires it. So there's no shortage of legislation or workplace regulation in order to protect Ghanaian workers whilst they participate in this particular program. But where gaps are determined, we will have no difficulty as a government coming to Parliament to enact necessary legislation to better protect the Ghanaian worker, even as they contribute their quota to the success of this program. Thank you very much.
Yes, Nana. New Jabbing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is New Jabbing enough?
Yes, go ahead.
Minister, has the sector conducted a sector-specific assessment to determine which industries can realistically operate under the free shift, the 24-hour system? If so, which sectors have been identified? Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
We are not just to permit the honorable member to repeat the question. I didn't catch the first
Yes,
part.
Honorable Nana, New Jabbing North, please. Come up.
Minister, has the 24-hour Secretariat conducted a sector-specific assessment to determine which industries can realistically operate under a free shift, the 24-hour system? If so, which industries have been identified?
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Off the top of my head, a sector like manufacturing, for instance, requires additional hands in order to be able to operate that. And I'll give you an example. Mr. Speaker, in my formative years, I did chemistry in school at KNUST. So as part of my attachment, I had to work at GASEM. And I know that in order for them to be able to run around the clock to be able to produce cement, we needed to do 3 shifts. So I used to report in the morning. And then at 5 p.m. I closed. My job primarily was to test the chemical components in the cement. So I'll go fetch it, test it on an hourly basis. When I leave, somebody replaces me until I come the following morning. And that is a typical example of how manufacturing concerns operate. It is known that if you run around the clock, it is cheaper in the long run in terms of energy use and what have you than having to stop and start machinery all over again. So manufacturing is one sector that requires this sort of intervention in order that they are able to keep pace with the demand that we have. But as I indicated, I am more than willing to facilitate an engagement between the relevant Committee of Parliament and the 24-hour Economic Secretariat. I reckon that because they are not at ministerial level and they do not have a designated minister, engagement with them is a bit difficult as far as Parliament is concerned. But I'm sure that we can work out. I believe they've come here as part of the budget cycle for 2025 to brief Parliament. Maybe another opportunity like that should be given them, and they will shed even more light on the many things that they are doing to implement this program. Thank you very much.
Yes. Nana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm referencing page 53, paragraph 211 of the NDC manifesto. Mr. Speaker, they mentioned the 24-hour economy will focus on selected public institutions with large customer base such as ports and harbor, customs, passport office, DVLA. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, has these institutions that have been mentioned by their manifesto started implementing the 133 shift? And then secondly, the initiatives that he mentioned, is there any timeline? Can you look into the face of the Ghanaian youth and tell them definitely when they are going to, Yatiti will go to work in the morning and then close in the afternoon, and Captain Smart will come in the afternoon before Sami Jenfi will do the night shift? Thank you.
Honorable member.
Yes, Speaker, I think that of course, whilst appreciating where the honourable member is coming from, it's important that we don't trivialize the conversation. It's a very important question that the honourable member asked. I mentioned the ports, for instance. Several months ago, I think sometime last year, if I'm not mistaken, they publicly announced that they had begun a three-shift system. Again, I'll refer to the Ghana Publishing Company. It's a state entity. They do printing. They fall under me directly. They've written to me, indicated that they've started. I've gone there myself to observe their operation. So it's an ongoing program. And eventually, when all is set, all relevant public sector institutions will come on board. The Passport Service, DVLA, and all those service providers who rely on constant engagement with the public. Again, the issue of timeline is one of the things that bog down and causing our public debate. Is this tendency?
Honorable, please address
Mr. Speaker,
the chair.
He has a question. I forgot. I'm sure that's why he prompted me. Thanks for the prompting. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that causes our public discourse is the way that we consign ourselves to certain kinds of debates. In all the period that we campaigned about the 24-hour economy, we made it clear that is a policy that we intend to permanently push our economy towards expansion. So the talk about timeline appears to suggest that the 24-hour economy has to be implemented at a certain time, otherwise it cannot be implemented. We think that it is proper to do the necessary spade work, do the heavy lifting, put in place the foundations, and ensure that it is a robust policy that stands the test of time. For that reason, we are being methodical about it in order to ensure that it does not die the sort of death that other ad hoc policies have died because of the way that they were rushed in their implementation. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in reasonable time, certainly before the tenure of President Mahama, the 24-hour economy will be in full flight, and its benefits will outlast his tenure as president. Thank you very much.
I'll take the last one from the Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me commend the minister who elects to give us detailed answers. Speaker, I have a couple of questions for him. First one, I'm very familiar with the Green Finance World Bank project, and he referenced the 2 million that has been raked in from the World Bank. I'm sure he's aware there is a counterpart deliverable, counterpart funding that government is supposed to provide. In government's bid to secure the $2 million, Can the minister tell us how much of the counterpart funding that this government has paid so far in dollar terms?
Do you have any other questions? Hold on. Then take them so that.
Well, that would be the first one.
Yes.
Second one, again, as part of the green finance, government is expected to engage in renewable infrastructures across the country. I'll give you two examples. One, in some St. Martin's, government is supposed to put out some solar panels at that school. Then in some municipal assembly, government is supposed to put out solar panels there. And some other second cycle institutions in the central region, for instance. I am keen to know what has been the attitude of government towards the building of this infrastructure. Last one, Speaker, the thrust of the question is to secure or elicit from the minister measurable outcome as a result of the implementation of the 24-hour economy. And he has been specific to mention climate finance and environmental sustainability. The minister cannot make this passing statement and just go scot-free. He should elucidate on them. What are the measurable outcomes in terms of climate finance and sustainable environmental sustainability? What has the government achieved? Evidence of it. I'm not interested in we are going to do this. Tell us what are the measurable outcomes. Three questions. I'm going to write his answers. You should speak to it.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first one relating to counterpart funding for the Green Finance Initiative. I believe that I would have to get back to the Secretariat and the Ministry of Finance for specific details. I have no difficulty furnishing Parliament with it through whatever mechanism Mr. Speaker provides with that. In terms of the provision of green infrastructure, that too I will need to come back with specifics. I will note it down and let the Majority Chief Whip have the answer. And then in terms of the measurable outcomes for climate and sustainability initiatives, I believe that I mentioned some of them. But if he wants to drill down to specificity, I'm able to do that in the shortest possible time. Just so that we do not take too much of the time of Parliament. It was not possible to speak to every single thing that has been done. But I sure will come back with specific answers to the questions that he has provided, three of them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
I will be fair. He elected to speak to 2 million finance from the World Bank. It's a reasonable question to ask him that if you are talking about 2 million from World Bank, then you must also know that the World Bank project of 2 million comes in its wake a certain expectation to build renewable infrastructure across the world. And I'm sure he knows about that. He should be able to provide answers. But to be fair to him, he says you go back and come back. Speaker, we have media on 23rd. When is he going to give answers to us? Media is just 23rd.
So honorable.
He should give us some timelines.
I believe that reasonable time should be given. In fact, the media itself can become a medium through which Parliament is briefed on some of these matters. So we will come back definitely to answer these questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me thank the minister who elected to respond to this question. Honorable Minister, we are grateful to you and you are hereby discharged. Yes. Leader.
We take motion 27.
Motion
27. 27. Yeah, we'll do 27 first, and then we'll take 28.
Yes, honorable members, please. I will indulge you because the ministers, the right honorable speaker said Friday we will not be sitting. I will indulge members that we do extra work, not only today, tomorrow, and Thursday. I hope the leadership will look at it and yes.
Speaker, I'm not too sure if our colleagues on the other side are ready to come under the 24-hour economy, especially when they are being evasive with their answers. Well, we are ready. Are you ready? Okay.
So, honorable members, come with me to page 13. Page 13, item listed 27. Item listed 27. Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion 27 as captured in page 13 of today's order paper be so moved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the motion is moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, Chairman of the Education Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is procedural motion. I'll put the question. The question is as many as in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 27 is hereby adopted. Yes, Leader.
Yes, having moved 27, I think we can now take 28.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to move the motion that the National Defense University Ghana Bill 2026 be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker,
yes. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Minister, it has to be seconded first.
Second reading, he can't second. Yeah, I'm saying he cannot second.
Yes.
Yes.
Honorable members, I think in moving the motion, he can state he can do it as well before it is seconded.
He moves the motion. Then the chairman of the committee presents the committee report.
Well, whichever way. But I don't think the minister would be wrong.
Motion for second reading is not seconded. It's in the rules. It's not seconded. You just move it, and then the chairman will present the report.
Well. Honorable Chairman for Education Committee, let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the first thing he did was to move motion number 27. Yes, that's what we are finishing on. So it's now 28. Motion 28.
Yes, the 28 is what he has moved. And he wanted to state the policy and the memorandum behind it. And I think he's right to do that. Majority Leader, I think the minister is right to do that because he is actually bringing so he has the right to bring the memorandum understanding the reason behind it. So, Honorable Minister, you may go ahead. Hold on, please. Yes.
Let's just reference our memory. Let's visit Order 167. Second reading, Order 167. Order 167 is when a motion is moved that a bill be now read a second time. A full debate shall ensure, on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and the report from the relevant committee, It goes ahead to say the debate on the motion for the second reading shall also relate to the fiscal impact analysis of the bill and the effect on the economy generally. Speaker, if he's coming under, when he's laying a paper where he's coming under 97.3, then one can say that you should prefer reasons why you are laying the paper. This one is motion, and Honorable Minister, your duty is to read what is captured in the other paper. You read it. So in the course of the debate, the practice has been, when the full-blown debate ensures, then the minister always gets the final say to close up where matters that come out during the Speaker, I'm experienced in this house. I know the practice. Leader, he has left leadership so long ago. He's not enjoying the ministry.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Well, Speaker,
I think what's the sense of moving the motion? You are moving the motion in order that you be convincing the House to adopt what you intend to present. So he has moved the motion. He will now tell us why this.
The report, can you listen to me, Leader, with respect? Listen to me, Abba. The chairman of the committee is going to speak to the motion that has been moved. He's not seconding. Second reading, he's not seconding.
We don't second,
then
yes.
he will present the report of the committee. Then there was going to be a full-blown debate. We will speak to impact analysis. We will speak. That is when we are done, the minister can come in. That is what it is. Show me anywhere in our orders that says that when a minister is moving a motion, he should speak to policy and policy. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that.
Yes, let him move to Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, the settled practice of this House that I have gotten used to, even when I was Deputy Attorney General, is that it is only in respect of a procedural motion that when the minister moves, he does not, provide the underlying rationale for the motion. But if it is a substantive motion for the second reading of the bill, then the minister has to provide the underlying rationale and the policies that are, encapsulated in the memorandum. But this is not a question of, reading the memorandum, but presenting it to Parliament so that Parliament understands, and that is what generates the debate. So I side with the Honorable Education Minister that he needs to move this motion in the manner in which a substantive motion is moved in Parliament. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Speaker, I suffered this a lot until you know how this is. Mr. Speaker, we changed the procedure with the new rules. Yes. In fact, under 105, if you read under 105, so I had to take my time to read them. So it says that a motion, unless moved at the second reading or consideration stage of a bill, shall be seconded. So in interpretation, this is how we are taught to read. A motion shall be seconded, and if not seconded, shall not be debated or entered in. So once we are moving the motion at the second reading, the secondment is debated. So if we had the first deputy speaker here, would have, raised certain issues. So at second reading, we've been told that we don't second. The chairman of the committee will just zoom. No, yes, but he moves the House. He moves, if in his absence, any other minister could have done this on his behalf. And then the chairman for the committee would have risen to present the report. It's the presentation of the report that is then seconded. When the report is presented, the ranking will then rise to second the adoption of the report, and in doing so, he will make his comments. So I believe that this is what the new rule suggests. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can make progress.
Yes, Honorable. Let me listen to the majority
Speaker,
leader.
I don't intend to respond to the procedural issues of the whips, because the whips all know how much respect I have for whips. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to matter of procedure, let me remind the two whips that the standing orders of the Parliament of Ghana is not superior to the Constitution of Ghana, the Constitution of 1992. And therefore, not even that. You see, because of the respect I have for you, I didn't want to respond on this matter. Mr. Speaker, may I refer you now to Article 106, 5 and 6 and 7. But I'll restrict myself to 5 and 6. There is a first reading of the bill. And when the bill is read the first time, it's referred to the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, 106.5 says, where a bill has been deliberated upon by the appropriate committee, it shall be reported to Parliament. So, first reading of bill, Speaker referred it to the Education and Defense Committee. The committee have deliberated upon and are now submitting their report to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, 106.6 states, and I quote, the report of the committee, together with the explanatory memorandum to the bill. Who signs the explanatory memorandum? The minister, the sponsor of the bill, to elucidate the policy principles underpinning the bill and to further provide light on why the bill is being introduced. So the debate, yes, is a committee's report, but first of all, the accompanying explanatory memorandum. Why the memorandum? Because we must respect the requirement in Article 106 of the mischief policy rationale. Why a National Defense University? It is for that reason that I persuade the whips that because you are the party, we can't be challenging you people on the floor. You have to be stronger. But procedurally, Mr. Speaker, with respect, the whips are wrong. Your standing orders is not superior to the Constitution of Ghana. The Constitution of Ghana provides, as the learned Attorney General reminded you, when he said practice, he was referring you to precedent. What has been the precedent in this House? The minister moves the motion. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, for them to learn further, even during first reading, the promoter of the bill can be questioned to provide justification for the introduction of the bill in Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, my life is not in Parliament now. It's at the Ministry of Education to introduce a bill on a National Defense University. If they gave me just 3 minutes, I'll point out a few policy issues to inform whether we should proceed or not, seconded by it. So, Mr. Speaker, I indulge you that the whips, I didn't want to respond to you because my mother said I shouldn't make new enemies again. Since you see, mother's advice. So, Mr. Speaker, if they will permit me, just a few issues. National Defense University Bill 2026. And Mr. Speaker, is the decision of President John Dramani Mahama to establish the National Defense University of the Ghana Armed Forces to consolidate and coordinate the tertiary education programs to give an intellectual edge to the military, and for that institution to become a strategic national security academic institution for the training of not only men and women in uniform, but civilians. Mr. Speaker, it is the intention of this bill to convert the constituent colleges of the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, the National College of Defense Studies, and the military health institutions, and more importantly, the military academy, to constitute a new National Defense University. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, referred to as GTEC, granted under the previous government a presidential charter for this National Defense University. What I'm seeking to do today is to provide for a legal framework for the establishment of a National Defense University at Teshi, with its constituent colleges being the institutions that I have so mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, to state emphatically that rigorous standards will be required of this institution on matters relating to accreditation and the courses that they will run. But Mr. Speaker, throughout the world now, war is not about the traditional way of conducting war. In the age of artificial intelligence, we need to situate our military academy and to clothe them. Mr. Speaker, the focus will not just be on national security studies, but to boost civil and military relations. Mr. Speaker, one of the contentious issues as I sat through the committee's sitting is who chairs the council of this university. Should it be the Minister for Defense, or should it be a retired Chief of Defense Staff or a retired academic of the Ghana Armed Forces with good academic standing? Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Defense University of Ghana be now read the second time. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, to state that the United States of America has one, India has one, the UK has one. Ghana is only establishing this to strengthen and provide for the academic training of men in uniform and civilians using the specialized constituent college of this institution. I so move. I thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Now, the chairman of the committee may read the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to present the report of the Joint Committee on the Education and Defense and Interior on the National Defense University Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as having been read as I go through the introduction, acknowledgement, and then conclusion. But before that, Mr. Speaker, 2-0 acknowledgement. The lines you read, the Joint Committee expresses its profound gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Minister for Defense. So I now present the report. Mr. Speaker, the National Defense University Bill 2026 was presented to the House and read for the first time on Thursday, 25 June 2026, by the Honorable Minister for Education and Member for Tamale South, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, pursuant to Article 1064 and 5 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. The bill was subsequently referred to the Joint Committee on Education and Interior and Defense and Interior for consideration and report in accordance with Order 165 of the Standing Orders of the House. The Joint Committee expresses its profound gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Minister for Defense, the Honorable Minister for Education, the Military High Command, officials of the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Education, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission for their invaluable contributions and technical assistance during the deliberations. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Joint Committee, having carefully considered the National Defense University Bill 2026, is of the view that this bill is a crucial step towards advancing tertiary education in the field of defense and security in Ghana. It provides a robust legal and administrative framework for consolidating existing military institutions into a world-class university. This will enhance national security and regional stability through research, capacity building, and policy development. The Joint Committee is satisfied that the bill strikes an appropriate balance between preserving the unique character and discipline of military institutions while upholding the highest standards of academic excellence and governance. Mr. Speaker, before I finish, let me also acknowledge the role played by the CDS, that's the Chief of Defense Staff, for being with us throughout the meeting to consider the bill. He played a very major role with his team. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the Joint Committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the National Defense University Bill 2026 in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, pursuant to Article 1062 And Standing Order 156, a full debate shall now arise on the principles of the bill on the basis of the explanatory memorandum and a report of the committee. So I may now invite members who would like to make commentary or debate the statement, the bill. Yes, let me begin with Member for Yendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, I have called you. Yes, yes. Honorable Member for Yendi, I have called you. So yes.
Thank
yes.
you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the reports currently before the House. Mr. Speaker, the committee met and a number of issues came up. Mr. Speaker, one major issue which came up and which has been highlighted by the sector minister is to do with the Minister for Defense chairing the Governing Council of the University. Mr. Speaker, this issue was debated at the committee level, and Mr. Speaker, the current Deputy Minister for Defense, in defending that position of government, is of the opinion that this institution that is to be established will be a specialized institution and not just an ordinary institution. And so, given that it is conceived to be specialized, it means that it will be a little different from the normal public institutions that we know of. And so, it should not be out of place, Mr. Speaker, to have the minister being the chair of the Governing Council. Mr. Speaker, our opinion as members has always been that any institution of higher learning should enjoy some bit of academic freedom. And to enjoy academic freedom, you should not have the minister who is in charge of government policies also being part of the decision-making processes of these institutions. And so, Mr. Speaker, we put it forcefully before the committee that the chairperson of the Governing Council should not be the sector minister. Mr. Speaker, we urge the House to consider all these things in our debate and in final voting on the matter. Mr. Speaker, another issue that came up is to do with Section 14, or if you like, Clause 14 of the bill, which is having the president of the university. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on. Yes.
Respect to my colleague, just to remind my respected colleague that we are coming under 167. The provisions of 167 are clear. His earlier argument will suffice when we get to consideration. At the consideration stage, all these could be considered. 167, what are we supposed to do? We are looking at, it's a full-blown debate. However, there are limitations. We are looking at the explanatory memorandum, fiscal impact analysis, and the content of the report of the committee. So he should, with respect to my colleague, he should limit himself to these requirements. And then at the appropriate time, we can look at these amendments. Yes.
Speaker, I was actually not to go into the clauses of the bill, but I was just trying to emphasize the fact that there was another issue that came up for discussion. The issue of the university having a president. Okay, Mr. Speaker, our opinion was that usually in Ghana here, we have presidents associated with private universities. And when it comes to public university, we have vice chancellors. And so it was also our considered opinion that we should not have this university having a president. It should rather have a vice chancellor. Mr. Speaker, it was just this and many other issues that came up for discussion. Mr. Speaker, I wish to end here and call on members to vote in support of the committee's report. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you very much. Yes. Member for Wa West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this report that has been ably presented by the chairman of the Education Committee on the National Defense University Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, from a presidential charter in 2004 by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to 2024 by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, it moves to a cabinet memo that was approved, and finally we have a full-blown bill before us. Mr. Speaker, when we're discussing the bill as a joint committee, it became so clear that the university, the National Defense University, is going to be a public university under the control of GTEC. Mr. Speaker, it is important to look at the background. The university will engage in issues of peace, security, and national defense. I am convinced that if we had such a university in the system doing specialized programs like peace, security, and defense, there are many things we do in this country that gives us problems associated with national security that probably in the past, if we had gotten this university, we would have corrected them. For instance, we had the vigilantism and other related law that was passed some years ago to ban vigilantism in this country. But because we do not have specialized institutions like this to train people, it will surprise you to note that as at yesterday, from the ashes of Bulgar bulldogs, we are not talking about the lions of the MPP, virtually you can say Bulgar lions. These are very serious matters that if we look at the establishment of this university, it will go a long way to provide the requisite education to the Ghanaian people to understand that when we talk about security, it's a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 4 of the report, the aims of this university is very, very clearly defined. It's a special research institution offering higher education with emphasis on strategy, peace, security, defense, and international relations. Mr. Speaker, National Defense University Ghana is a name that was taken with a nomenclature to commensurate with what is pertained in the international scene. We have National Defense University Kenya. The name alone brought a lot of confusion during the debate. People were saying we should name it National University of Ghana. National Defense University of Ghana, but we didn't want it to conflict with the University of Ghana. So we said National Defense University, period, Ghana. But this name was chosen because it is going to be to having an international character. Whether you are looking at what is in the US, whether you are looking at what is in the UK, whether you are looking at what pertains in Kenya, the Ghana National Defense University will have to have that international posture to be able to attract many people across the globe to come and learn here. Mr. Speaker, we will not forget about our culture as a nation. But if you look at page 7 of the report, Mr. Speaker, this university is going to be a holding university. Many of us have gone to Kofi Annan, we have gone to the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, we've gotten certificate. But if you look at the certificate that you get from these institutions, they are all showing that these institutions are affiliates to major universities. Major universities are mentoring these institutions. Now we are going to have a full-fledged university that is independent, autonomous, capable of offering their own, or probably awarding their own certificate, their own diplomas, their own degrees and PhDs. And the National Defense University Ghana is going to be a holding university that will consolidate all these military institutions, like the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, and all the affiliate military institutions will come together under this holding university that we call the National Defense University Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to pray that this House supports this report presented by the chairman, and we should look at having this bill passed very soon, so that at least the Ghana Armed Forces, supported by the civilian population, will have a university that is befitting of its status, a holding university that we call National Defense University Ghana. I'm so grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let me also invite Honorable Freche from educational point of view. Yes, Honorable Member for Fensonoff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the reports of the Joint Committee on Education, Defense and Interior on the National Defense University Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I was expecting the Honorable Minister for Education to have acknowledged the good work that was initiated by His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo and the Vice President. Fully, he should have fully initiated, because it tells you how much Akufo-Addo and Bawumia envisage higher education. Mr. Speaker, it's not by default that with the passing of Act 1023, which is GTEC and other institutions were established through the Education Regulatory Bodies Act to improve on regulation of education. Mr. Speaker, the President went further, knowing the importance of security and defense of a nation, decided that let's give some higher status to tertiary education in defense. And that is what we do in tertiary education, specialization. And if we can do well economically, specialization is something that we have to do. So I'm happy that we are moving to the next step by having the National Defense University. I know the minister is trying to coach somebody to come back, but it's something that we have to appreciate the fact that Akufo-Addo and Bawumia think beyond what we are seeing today. Mr. Speaker, this is a holding university, but sometimes one thing we realized with the bill was that so much power was being given to the constituent universities, and as such, we need to make sure that if it's the holding university, then it should be responsible for the entire award of degrees, but not by the constituent colleges. Mr. Speaker, one thing we also see is that we realized we were able to designate one of the campuses to be the main campus of this particular university, which is something that we were able to do. But one thing that is also profound, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the aims of the university, we realize that if you talk about security and defense, leadership is very critical and very important. And I'm happy that the committee came out to make sure that if we are talking about security and defense, leadership is very important, even though we are also thinking of adding technology because the world is changing. Now, defense is not only going with arms and the size of your armory, but also the innovation that you bring on board as far as IT is concerned. On the whole, what we are asking is that we shouldn't just set up this university by just setting up, but it should come with the needed resources to be able to implement this institution very well, because this has got to do with defense, it's got to do with security. And we want to set a standard that will go beyond Ghana, not just a standard for Africa, but a university that can train for our security services to be comparable to anywhere in the world. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the report from the Joint Committee, and I ask that we all, the House, do support it. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me lastly listen to Professor Seidu, then I come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the National Defense University, Ghana, Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report that has been presented, it alluded to the fact that Ghana's military institutions operated largely under the mentorship of civilian universities. And the report also noted that this provides academic oversight, but do not allow for full autonomy. And basically, we understand the way the military institutions operate and the content within which they teach and the kind of discipline that they instill in people that they teach. This particular university bill, if passed, has two important points of departure. The first one has to do with the concentration. If you look at most national defense universities, they focus largely on the study of peace and security, and to some extent strategy. If you look at this particular bill, it combines three important cardinal pedagogy. The first has to do with the content of peace and security, but also strategy. But the third most important thing is the concept of international politics, the course of international politics. Most peace, security, and security studies are subsumed within the broader discipline of international politics, because that reflects what happens across the world and informs the kind of strategy that is taken. The second most important point of departure is the concept of the holding university structure, which has already been mentioned largely by my brother. If you look at the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, for example, it has been attributed as one of the best institutions across the sub-region, not just in Ghana. If you go there, you see military officers, senior military officers from across the continent. They all come there to learn and to study and to be disciplined and trained. So largely, if we are going to put not just the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, but the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center and the Additional College of Defense and other security institutions that exist under this particular structure, is going to make it so robust and so comprehensive. But Mr. Speaker, what will it save us? Largely, because these institutions operate separately, there's likely going to be there are going to be multiple allocation of resources. So a holding university structure will combine these resources and put them into an efficient use. Second, there's likely going to be a lot of different things that are taught across different countries. A holding university structure will synergize the different mode of delivery in pedagogy, the different teaching skills and the different teaching methods into a holistic one that will make it more attractive and more respected. The last one has to do with the elimination of duplication that may move across these particular universities into one particular thing. Mr. Speaker, I'm reliably informed that government has already, through the GET Fund, started the construction of an administrative block for this particular university. And I believe that if this is approved, it's going to go a long way to, first of all, serve as a center of research, knowledge generation, and learning. It is going to build the capacity of not only the Ghana Armed Forces Command and military in Ghana, but senior officers across the continent and the region at large. Mr. Speaker, is going to serve as an institution of policy development, not just in the context of, not only in the context of military strategy and training, but it's also going to help a lot in terms of what? Policy development that will guide our military strategy moving forward. But last and not the least is the fact that it is not only going to train students in undergraduate studies, but it's going to award degrees, diplomas, certificates, and even move up to the level of PhD, where knowledge are created, knowledge are generated for the benefit of the entire country and the globe at large. So, Mr. Speaker, I plead that this particular bill be adopted by the House. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me now revert to leadership. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Yes, Speaker, let me hurriedly adopt many of the contributions that colleagues have made. Safe to add that first time to establish such a university is not just for the history of it. The relevance of it is clear. We all know what's happening in the sub-region. It's a giant step by our country to show leadership in terms of defense and security matters. And I cannot emphasize the point that was made by Dr. Che, where it is not just about armory, but also intelligence and soft wisdom by way of defense. I'm particularly touched by the harmonization bit and also the fact that there is a good attempt to consolidate the Ghana Armed Forces Staff College in the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. So the thought is good, is worthy. However, Speaker, I combed through the report, and I have a lot of confidence in the chairman's work. And the imperative of 167 167, Order 167, is the need for a fiscal impact analysis on the bill. I see page 8, bullet point 7.4, which speaks to financial viability and resource mobilization. That cannot be a replacement of fiscal impact analysis. This report should come with a fiscal impact analysis. The effect on the economy generally is fundamental. And even though I want to speak to it and encourage members to support this motion, I think that for the records, we need to do a fiscal impact analysis. It is a basic requirement of every bill, and this is conspicuously missing. And I don't know how we can support it. We can get it past second stage, contingent of getting that done. Oftentimes, the chief directors of the ministry have done this work, and it comes attached to the report that is presented as second reading. So, Minister will support you, we encourage you, good move, but the absence of fiscal impact analysis, it takes something away from that report, and it's not impressive enough. Having said that, I will encourage colleagues that we support the passage.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Yes, Majority Leadership.
Speaker, let me commend the chairman of the committee for very good deliberations, capturing all the thematic concerns of the stakeholders. Speaker, especially if you read paragraph 2 and 3 of the report as contained on page 3 of the report, it says that the university is envisioned as a premier center of excellence for defense and security education, research, capacity building, and policy development. Speaker, it goes further to say it will offer diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD programs for both military officers and civilians engaged in national security and defense matters in Ghana and across Africa. Speaker, it will interest you to know that a lot of our colleagues, MPs, have proceeded to offer or pursue some security and peace studies at the postgraduate level because of the nature of the work that we do, including mediation and all that. And so the conglomeration of these programs from these 4 institutions that have been mentioned, especially in paragraph 3 of the same report, to which the Kofi Annan Peace Training Center, the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, the military health institutions and all, coming under one umbrella to offer this program. Mr. Speaker, will give us a very good opportunity to attract students from across the West African sub-region. Our proposed military university, defense and the National Defense University will become like the Sandhurst of West Africa, where countries will pay good money to have their military personnel trained in the affairs of warfare and defense matters and national security matters. So it should be viewed not only as a consolidated institution of training in defense and security matters, but also as an opportunity to attract good investments from across the West African sub-region. Mr. Speaker, second, in a lot of established democracies, we have war colleges. In fact, there's a war college in the United States of America. They go and study how to conduct war and litigate war. And so you see, I'm not a product of any of the war colleges, but I'm only saying that we are getting there. And we should have institutions that are ready to equip our people in readiness, especially when, even at international fora, when you engage some of the representatives of these institutions, you see that there's a lot that we can do to catch up. Speaker, third, Parliament is making arrangements to introduce formal postgraduate training into our programs through the Parliamentary Training Institute. This will be an added advantage, that in addition to those programs that are being suggested and proposed, this institution will offer, so that you don't enter Parliament and leave the way you came. So that when you leave Parliament, you should be useful and productive out there. You should be able to lecture, specialize in some of these areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House that we adopt this report and move with some speed and dispatch and handle the bill at the consideration stage in a manner, not today. I'm not saying today. That's what I'm saying. I am urging the House. Mr. Speaker, my brother Ano is in a hurry. I'm saying I am urging the House. Yes, I know that we should adopt the report as presented. And then, look, this will be a very important training institution. If you go to India, the entire Indochina area, they generate revenue because of the facilities that they have. You know, so I plead that we do this, and it will serve a lot of purpose for us in our sub-region. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity and urge the House to adopt the report as ably presented by the chairman of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think at the conclusion of the debate, I'll put a question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 28 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish the National Defense University, Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the National Defense University, Ghana Bill 2026 is accordingly read a second time. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, in order that tomorrow our order paper will look a little tidier, if we can just lay the various papers. We skipped that in the early part of the day when we're commencing proceedings. So we can lay 10, 10A, 10B, and yeah. And for everything, Mr. Speaker. Everything. So we'll have the minister to assist us. So I will lay 10A, and then minister will lay B all the way to yes, and 11 as well. Yeah, 11 as well.
No. 10G, 10F, G, and H are by 10.
Yes, F, yes. Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start taking them.
Up to 10E. You lay up to 10E.
Well, honorable members, come with me to page 3, item listed 10. We therefore take us to the beginning of public business. So may I invite Honorable Minister for Education to do us the honors. Come again. 10A, okay. The leader of the House.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Office of the Civil Service for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest for consideration and report. Now we turn to 10B.
I think we should just take all of it together.
Yes.
From A to XXV on page 6, yes.
To XXV 25. Yes.
Who is laying the paper?
Is the minister.
He should make a formal application. I did not hear. You are on his side, so you leader. I was.
Mr. Speaker, can you please tell Honorable Patricia Apiaje to stop distracting him?
This one is domestic. This one is domestic thing, so. I know. This one is domestic thing, so.
So, Mr. Speaker, we pleaded with the Minister for Education to come back and then help us lay these papers.
We will not object, except to caution my minister. He's found not bowing properly. He should bow properly.
Respectful Honorable Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gomwa Central District Assembly.
Leader, I haven't seen you.
For the
I
year
haven't seen you.
Mr. Speaker, I think I know it's right because he only nodded though, he didn't bow.
Yes, table, let's hear you. Table, yes.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gomwa Central District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ahafo Regional Coordinating Council for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akwapim South Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwau South Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Obuasi Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Shama District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwau Afram Plains South District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Upper West Akim District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Whole Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Banda District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nkwanta North District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nanton District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kole Klote Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nanumba South District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Setre Central District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jama South Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bono East Regional Coordinating Council for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the New Joabin North Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mampong Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwadraso Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Doma East District Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025. And annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Fantiakwa South Municipal Assembly for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the audit statements of 10B, IV, V, VI, VII, VIII, IX, X, XI, XII, XIII, XIV, SV, SVI, SVII, SVIII, XIX, XX, XXI, XXII, XXIII, XXIV, XXV have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we'll take 10C. And once again, with your indulgence, Minister for Education will lay 10C for us.
Well, Minister, once again, do us the honors.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Minerals Commission for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual statements of CIII have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Minister will lay 10D for us.
10D. Yes, Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Environmental Protection Authority for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the audit statement has been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
10E.
Yes, Minister.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Communications Authority for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations for the year ended 31st December 2025. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana-India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT for the year ended 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, the annual audit statement of EI, II, have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Information and Communications for consideration and report.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Leader.
if the Minister could present the instruments on behalf of the Minister for Energy and Green Transition as item 11, Nuclear Regulatory Authority instruments 11A, B, C, D, E, F. I think that's by the Environment Ministry.
So we are not taking the F?
No, we're not taking G.
But we are taking the F?
Yeah, we're taking F.
Okay.
So he will do it on behalf of the Minister for Environment.
No, the F, is it 10F?
11A, B, C,
But I just
D.
want to know, we are not taking the 10F and 10G
No,
and H.
we want the Minister to finish and leave. Then we can have the chairman take the rest. So we can't hold him.
That is
Yes.
fine. Yes. That is fine. Yes. So, honorable members, page 7. Yes, Arno.
Speaker, I understand the timeous nature of these regulations and the fact that they are time-bound. But I've engaged with the chair, the Honorable Buama, who was here this morning. I've engaged him. Yes, we can take A, B, C, D, E, F. I'm sure there has not been, Chief Whip, if I can have your attention. No prelaying has been, no prelaying has been done. I am aware D, E, and F, there has not been any prelaying.
Only G. Okay. So, Minister, do us the honors for 11A to F.
Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Basic Ionizing Radiation Control Regulations 2026. Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Nuclear Installations Site Evaluation Regulations 2026. Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Integrated Management Systems Regulations 2026. Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Emergency Preparedness and Response Regulations 2026. Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Design of Nuclear Installations Regulation 2026. Nuclear Regulatory Authority, Construction of Nuclear Installations Regulation 2026.
Honorable members, the regulations on 11A, B, C, D, E, and F have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislations for consideration and report. Yes.
With your consent. Speaker, given the peculiar nature of the instruments, we pray that the leadership of the Environment Committee be joined to the subsidiary legislation to do the consideration of the instruments and present the report.
Yes, Honorable Frank, another please.
I'm in support with that call.
So, honorable members, I direct that the leadership of Environment, Science and Technology Committee join the subsidiary legislation in consideration of the instruments. Yes.
We can now take item numbered F, 10, 10F.
10F. Well, by the chairman of the committee.
Yeah.
Parliamentary Affairs. Yes. Table.
Report of the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs on the Parliament Transition Bill 2026.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that the report be distributed to honourable members. G.
Chairman is here.
Report of the Joint Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs and Judiciary on the Tribunals Bill 2026.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that the report be distributed to honourable members. H.
Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Conduct of Public Officers Bill 2026. Report of the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs on the Economic and Organized Crimes Office Bill 2026.
Honourable members, the reports of HI have been duly presented. I direct that the reports be distributed to honourable members. Yes, Leader.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the 24-hour economy policy, pursuant to the 24-hour economy policy, who says it doesn't apply to Parliament? No, this shift of Parliament will adjourn and then the second shift will come. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I think we've done 5 hours. Yes, we've done 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Well, minority leadership.
Speaker, the majority leader a while ago was inviting us to be part of a narrative on the 24-hour economy, but we will not yield to that invitation. And Speaker, so we are squarely in your hands. Except to say that tomorrow, I think there are indications that we should rather sit at 2. So maybe we should carry Speaker along.
Why 2?
Well, Leader, it came from the...
Leader,
it came from the
I'm thinking we should sit at 12. And
Speaker, indeed, the Speaker is of the view that if you as deputies are available so that we can start at 12,
yes,
it's fine.
Yes.
So that we can start business. So I believe that we can start at midday.
Well, my view is that
I won't mislead.
My view is that since we are not sitting on Friday, and it appears the meeting is gradually getting to a close. So if we can sit exactly at 12 noon, we can do a lot so that we can make up with the business of Friday.
Speaker, indeed, he is of the view that once we can start on time at 12, and we can begin to do we can take a lot of business, it's fine. So I cannot mislead the House.
Well.
Yeah, he is of that opinion.
So
it's only when he has a problem, only when you are unable. But if you are able at midday, then we can do business. Yes.
So now, personally, I have developed a policy. 12 is 12.
12 is, I agree with you.
Yes, so 12 we will start. If even we have
so
one.
This is the one I see, when it's 11:45, then I will begin to rise down because
yes.
When it's midday, you just come in and you start business.
So on that basis, let me thank all of you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
I will adjourn the House to tomorrow, 12 noon. 12 noon. The House is accordingly adjourned.